Alright, y'all. My microphone was dead. Gotta charge that bad boy up. We need him. Let's see. USB-C. Hey, good morning, Scott. Thank you. I'm gonna run a horizontal view this morning so maybe people can see what I'm doing a little better. Tried to adjust my vertical view again yesterday, and I thought I had it again situated. I had it zoomed out a little bit more. I could see more. I could see pretty much all of the face of the skull in the picture, and I thought that was better than what it had been, so I thought I saved it, shut everything off, but this morning it's not got that same settings. I don't know. I'll figure this OBS out eventually. There we go. All right. It's not as cold this morning, but it's still wet. Goodness gracious, it's been raining constantly. I mean, all week long. Move my shit, move my little hammer out of the way. Started beating and banging on that tip that I made yesterday. Break out the cleaning cloth, clean these glasses up a little bit. Well, I used to be good with the computers. I was all up into them. I was even A+ certified, was going for my networking and everything, but it's like use it or lose it. And that was back in 2012. And yeah, I quit messing with them, and I didn't really get into them as much. And then now I get into them and I freaking get overwhelmed when I open up an app and there's 1,000,001 options and stuff to go through. It's like, whoa, my brain just starts misfiring or something. I don't know how to explain it. That was like DaVinci Resolve when I started editing the videos. Goodness gracious, I opened up that program and it was like I downloaded it, opened it, looked at it for a second and closed it. I was like, Lord of mercy, there was too many buttons and options in there. And then I was like, I got to figure one of these programs out, right? I want to make videos. And I started playing with, I think it was Clipchamp, and that was real user friendly, but I hated the way it stored your videos. And it didn't give me no option to download it to my computer and save it for myself. Hey, good morning, Bazzy. Thank you. But yeah, Clipchamp was easy, and then like I said, the way they saved everything, I didn't like that. And so I started looking around more, and then I think it was CapCut was pretty similar to Clipchamp, and it gave me the option to save everything to my computer and whatnot and have access to it. So yeah, I went with that route. And I like it. It's not that bad. Debating on paying for it so I could get all the bells and whistles with the transitions and stuff like that. But right now I don't need to be making any more monthly payments for stuff. I need to keep it situated with what I got. And today is my birthday, so bet we're gonna be medicated for sure. That's just the way I can say it, with YouTube not getting too crazy. And I gotta do one more thing here, and then we will start. I'm gonna track a package and see where it is going. Shapes emerge, magical thing. Curls of oak, pine shavings fall. Therapy and sawdust, hear the wood call. Sawdust clouds, stress away. Every stroke, night to day. Grumpy smile. Expected by Wednesday. It's not bad. Yeah, it's still in Florida. That's stupid. Our postal service is straight up jacked. I don't understand how they deliver stuff, and I can see why freaking postage is so expensive, because we daggum backtrack and send stuff in circles before it gets where it's supposed to go. Workshop rhythm, steady flow. Lay spins tales, old and wise. Wooden spirits, soulful eyes. Oh, man. Dusty breeze. All right, it says it getting there by Wednesday. Then, hey y'all, my dust collection stuff is supposed to get here today. Indianapolis is where packages go to die. I sent one to, where did it go? I think it was in Missouri, and the daggone thing left. I can't remember. I'd have to go back. I screenshot the stuff and it's in my computer. I have to go back, but it went to one place. Made it to this location, it's dated and time-stamped. Left that location, went back to where it came from, time-stamped and dated again. I mean, it did a daggum loop-de-loop. It's like it couldn't make up its mind on where it wanted to go. It literally went to one place, left the destination, went to a new place, went back to that destination, went back to the new place, went back to that destination, and then left again. I was like, oh my gosh, it ain't never gonna get there. But it finally made it. It was nice. Grumpy in the shop, new year, new leaf, carving out dreams with shaking belief. But my dust collector, it is supposed to be arriving today. It is shipped out and it's like a millimeter from the dot saying out for delivery. So they finally got their junk together on that. I'm happy for that. That is all situated. Yeah, as I study the heck out of those daggone tracking numbers and stuff like that whenever I send something out, because it stresses the heck out of me. You know, it's like it's got to get to where it's going, and then it's got to get there okay. So yeah, I stress until I know package has made it and it all is good. Hey, good morning, Tim. It is an early bird morning. We're at what, 5:40 here? Yes, sir. Oh, come here. Oh my back. Yeah, I stacked up for today. I got this new nano shot thing that I'm gonna be trying here directly. Guess it's supposed to be the equivalent of eating a brownie or something like that, but it's just a straight liquid shot. Not a tincture or nothing like that. You just straight shoot it. We shall see. That's an indica. Hey, good morning, Robin. Thank you. It's funny, I read that in a tune as well. Don't want no indica first thing this morning, that's for sure. We don't want to slow down yet. I'm getting ready right now. That's what's taking me so long to get over there in the picture. I'm going through my goodies trying to decide what's going to start the day. They said I am an indica guy by heart. Yeah, they say couch lock. I say lock me to that couch because nothing ever does. You know, I got extreme pain and anxiety, and then that kind of cuts that euphoria in half, you know. And then not too much into the sativas because of the antsiness that they add. They kind of add to my anxiety sometimes. I have to pinpoint the terpene that really kicks it off, but there's some of them I don't like them. They get me too buggy. It's crazy that it can do it, but pour the truth in molds, let the resin reveal. Art deep as the void, carving wounds that heal. Fingerprints and wood grain, Grumpy's real deal. I try to balance them out with the hybrids. It's got a little bit of everything in it. Hell, nowadays, if you look at the terps on most of the stuff, it might say indica, but when you look through it, there might not be one daggum indica-leaning terpene in it. They mix and match and throw everything together these days. That's what I try to do, is chase the terpenes. I like all the corny names, but for the medical aspect of it, I try to go with the terpenes that do my body the best. Grumpy's batshit crazy, meds in a haze, roll tight medication, floating out of space, glows in the dark, magic lit through the maze, hit that like, subscribe, ride the creative blaze. That's one thing, once some dispensaries got crazy and started doing all their junk in-house, the names for everything just went, there's already 1,000,001 names out there for stuff, but they went nuts once they started mixing everything. Craft wild carbons, man, they take flight. In a zone, no phone, just resin delight. Therapy ain't a couch, it's chisels and light. Grumpy's batshit crazy, meds in a haze, roll tight medication, floating out of space. Glows in the dark, magic lit through the maze. Hit that like, subscribe, ride the creative blaze. Pour the truth in molds, let the resin reveal. Art deep as the void, carving wounds that heal. Fingerprints and wood grain, Grumpy's real deal. Aliens just not admitted. Let's see how the views do today. Probably not gonna get near as many. I don't get a whole lot like this anymore as it is right now, but doing horizontal, so that's probably chop my views down way there. Just get the coffee going. There you go. Just make it strong. Oh, that's the first thing I do. I get out there and get that damn coffee going. Get my 2 cups. I make 2 cups, dump them into 1 big cup with my Keurig because my big cup's too big to fit under the machine. And so we go from there. And then I come out here and start getting my webcam app, then load up OBS, get it all running, and load up the YouTube. Where all I gotta do is hit start. Then I sit here in a daze for a few minutes trying to wake up myself. Cause yeah, it's wake and live and then bake. I don't do the straight wake and bake. I got other stuff to do first. All right, thank you, Robin. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I hope you have a safe day.
Got a string bell buzzing round and round. Lady spinning worries, carving wood profound. Handcraft, roach
got my I can see glasses on. Doors open. Smoke scrubbers on. I got to move my microcarver and everything. I got to move it. My wood burner bumped right up against the foot pedal cable, and it's got it bent pretty hard. I'm afraid it's going to kink in it and it's not working right.
Each spirit in the woods got a tale to tell. Dremel hums a song, it's like casting spells. With every turn and twist, find a bit of peace. Every piece of timber makes a silent cease.
Where's my... Alright, I just had you yesterday.
Each one's got a soul, and grumpy skilled hands, they find their role. Roach clips and totems healing in the grain. Clear the cloudy thoughts through the weight of pain.
There it is. I listen from my down. Your birthday? Yes, sir. Today is my birthday. And so it's been a busy birthday month because of my son's birthday's on the 5th, and William and Heidi. William's birthday was yesterday. I think he was 53, I think he said last night, and then mine's today, and I'm 49. I'd say December is a good month. Thank you. Oh, appreciate that. I said, don't have anything planned to do. I was wanting to go out to my beach, and I was gonna go do a little live out there. See how the Gulf was looking, because I don't have the ocean. We got the Gulf of America, as they want to call it now. It's still weird. I'm always gonna know it as the daggum Gulf of Mexico, but it's just a name. Yeah, was gonna go do that, but I don't think the weather's really gonna be decent enough. It's still wet and rainy out there right now. And we've been raining all week, so I know the beach is just gonna be wet. I've already done a wet beach live. I wanna wait until it's nice and dry and pretty out there and go do a live again. Our beaches ain't nothing like what Jordy and them's got up there when he does his little beach combing videos. We don't get the driftwood and stuff like that along the beaches. It'd be awesome if we did. Wood speaks louder than the pain and carves a path that's joy ordained. Laid back, digging through the grain, smoothing edges keeps me sane. I do too. I'm ready. My garage ain't ready, but I'm ready. That's it. I started getting in a funk because it wasn't going nowhere. They wasn't even taking my money, so it's like, yeah, cleaning the garage was the last thing on my brain. But yeah, I will definitely have it set up. Like I said, if that thing's sitting in the middle of the floor just so I can spin, it's gonna be in the middle of the floor. I'm ready to get back on my lathe.
Grumpy's hands, they shape the flow. Knives kiss wood and time moves
For
slow.
sure ready to get back on my
Pain, it
lathe.
starts to fade. Healing in these grooves we've made.
Let's get started here.
Roach clips shining, made with care. Each one glowing, nestled there. Community, we stand as one. Underneath the carving sun. Carve away the heavy night. Medication rolled up tight. Find the rhythm, let it show. Creating sparks that brightly glow.
I gotta go check out that GoFundMe for Just Carb Rob for shop inspector, see how that's going. If anybody knows anything about that, I don't have the link in any of my videos, but I do have, well, I don't. Excuse me. Jordy Johnson has a video up on his timeline. It says, calling all members and loyal subscribers. I think that's how it's read. But he's got a lot of Just Carb Rob's carvings across his carving table, and he's talking about it in that video. But there's a GoFundMe page that they got set up. Rob's German Shepherd suffered a stroke, and she lost the use of her back end, and so he's trying to get one of those dog buggies that you attached to the rear so they can pull themselves around still. They're getting real close. If they haven't hit their goal already, like I said, I have to go back and look. It's been a day or so since I've looked at the link. But if y'all haven't, that would be awesome. Go check out Jordy's channel and find that link. Or Just Carb Rob, he might have it. I think Amy Jo, she put a video out talking about it. But yeah, if y'all could check that out, anything would help. $5, $2, $3, share the link, all that good stuff. Said she was doing good, health-wise, for everything, for considering the situation, except for the loss of her, not being able to use her back end too well. Still got her heart. Said he took her outside, set her down to go to the bathroom, and she saw a squirrel and drug herself across the yard trying to chase the squirrel, so she's still got plenty of heart and stuff. So I think if they get her in one of those little buggies, it might be that physical therapy she needs to regain use of her legs. Wood chips fall like a gentle rain, each piece secure for the ache and strain. Fingers trace the grain so fine, in every groove a story divine. Cedar in each hand, oh what a day. The scent of the wood takes stress away. Dust is dancing under workshop lights, crafting joy in the quiet night. Dust is flying, every turn feels like dreams are trying. Stress and pain melt far from sight. Cedar Wonderland feels just right. Cedar in each hand, oh what a day. The scent of the wood takes stress away. Dust is dancing under workshop lights, crafting joy in the quiet night.
Grumpy on the lathe, making sparks ignite. Cedar dust clouds move.
Hey, it's supposed to be here today. I got those pigments yesterday. Those showed up right there towards the end of my live. My live was extended a little bit longer than normal yesterday. I had Amazon gift card. I donate blood at the little One blood vans every now and then. Well, I say every now and then. Whenever it's my time to donate, because you can only donate, I think it's so many days in between each donation. But I do that and always get it transferred over to an Amazon card. And then I had a little bit of money built up on that, so I needed some new pigments. And Let's Resin has a 60, let's see, it comes in a big old box like that. It's mica powder, Let's Resin, 60 colors. And it's got a bunch of colors. It's got some cool stuff in there. It definitely added to my color arsenal for making my blanks. But I didn't have anything like a regular red or anything like that. I just had crazy off colors from the little pigment pack that I did have. So like I got red, violet. It was just, I got to go through here and kind of organize them because they're just randomly dumped in here. But peach, pink. This is what I like. Ghost purple. There's a ghost green, ghost blue, and ghost red, I believe. There's a pearl gold that's got some sparkle to it. These are gonna have some cool shimmer in the blanks. Dark blue, purple, but yeah, I didn't have like a red, white, and blue. You know, I didn't have my primary colors with all my other pigments, but now I got a white, I got a red, several shades of blue, purple, bright old yellow. And I gotta find them. There's some interference colors in here, some little color change colors. There's the ghost blue, royal gold. There's like three types of gold. Here's my favorite right here, the ghost green. I can't wait to do something with that. Where'd the interference colors go? Light pink, gold, violet. There it is. There's an interference mica powder of violet. That's gonna have some color change to it. Yeah, that's gonna be cool. But yeah, I got that, and then when I spent the gift card, I did that. Got the mica powders, and then I have a 7mm bushing set coming in that was got a bunch of different pin kits that it's compatible for that I've been looking at, because that's what I got the mandrel to do pins and stuff. I just got to start getting the actual pin kits that's got the hardware, the guts and all for the pins. And then I moved my epoxy insides yesterday so it could warm up, because it's cold sitting out here in the garage. But, with it back to room temperature, it'll be easier for me to mix it up. It won't take as long for it to get ready. And done reverted back to my other playlist too. Gotta love technology. There ain't nothing wrong with the technology. I'm sure it's all user error, but it shouldn't be so damn difficult to figure out. There's a lot of stuff you can do with OBS though. It is crazy the way you can kind of layer it together to make it do all those crazy transitions and screenshots that people put out. Gotta take a little money come the 13th if I do any sales. And I gotta pull some funds off of that and go back into stickers. I'm down to like 8 or 9 stickers left. I need to order some more. I need to play with the image and freshen it up, add some stuff to it, and get a couple of different stickers. I was thinking about changing it maybe once a year, keeping my original sticker, but just add to it a little bit here and there maybe. Oh no, it took me a hot minute to get that one the way I wanted it. Turn that chaos into art every single time. Grumpy's crazy, Grumpy's fun, building dreams till the day is done. Laugh it up, the mess will stay, spinning cedar keeps the stress away. Smash a sub, let the sawdust rain. Grumpy's got a rhythm running through his brain. Cedar roach clip spin and keep the world on track. This is Grumpy's jam and there's no turning back. Grumpy's crazy, Grumpy's fun, building dreams till the day is done. Laugh it up, the mess will stay, spinning cedar keeps the stress away. There. Just where it all meshes back together.
Grumpy's hands are rough with pride, spinning cedar where dreams collide. Wood chips flying in the air, crafting beauty without a care. Roach clips glimmer in the light, shaped with patience, pure delight. The scent of cedar fills the room, banishing shadows, chasing gloom. The stress and pain, they fade away when the lay begins to play, turning time with every spin, peaceful moments deep within. The hum of tools, a soothing sound. In this shop, joy is found. Sawdust dances, golden haze, echoes of simpler, quieter days.
Hey, good morning, dude.
Enjoy the view. Every spin brings something new. In this space where art is born, cedar whispers, hearts are warm. Stress and pain, they fade away when the lay begins to play, turning time with every spin, peaceful moments deep within. Lay spin smooth, cedar dust in the air. Roach clips crafty with that artisan flair. Grumpy schooling aliens, tools in the light. Workshops glowing, sparking minds so bright.
Yeah, I hope the picture's a little better this morning. Like I said, I tried to dink around with that vertical view settings again. Had it all set up. I mean, I was doing it last night before I went to bed, watching the shoots live. And, but yeah, when I started it up this morning, it was right back to the way it's been. You could see what I'm doing, but it zooms in so tight, it only catches like that much, you know. So with me spinning and turning, I'm all in the way or I'm out of camera. So we're back to the horizontal for a minute. Hey, good morning, soldier. Thank you.
Stress fades away, clouds in the night. Medication rolls, cedar feels so right. Colors pop vivid, calm in the sight. Dust therapy, your life takes flight. Stress fades away, clouds in the night. Medication rolls, cedar feels so right. Colors pop vivid, calm in the sight. Dust therapy, your life takes flight. Subscribe to the vibe, wood grain on the line. From the forest to the hands, this art divine. Roach clips shining, each one unique. Cedar wisdom in the grain, let the soul speak.
Oh, sorry about that. 49. I was 49 young today. My son's was it's not Friday. He was 19. Yeah. Was gonna have my wife induced and all that and have him on my birthday, but the doctor's like, no, he needs his own day. And then plus he wouldn't have made it till today. He was, when we went in, she was supposed to be induced on the 5th. And when we went in for all that, they didn't have to do no inducing. She was already on the way. So yeah, his day was the 5th. Ooh, so 55, that's not bad. I think my hardest was when I turned 25. That was like my midlife crisis. I just couldn't accept the fact that I was turning 25. I don't know why that birthday hit me so hard, but yeah, that birthday I was in a funk, a stupid funk, but I was in a funk. Like I said, I don't know why. But thank you, Zed. Yeah, man, Suno is awesome. I love it. Some of that AI stuff out there is, I think all AI is going to be dangerous eventually. I mean, that's just, that's what's going to knock us out. It ain't going to be daggum other countries taking us out. It's going to be our own technology. You know, I'm sorry. I wanted them rabbit hole jumpers, conspiracy theories, whatever you want to call it. I don't believe every damn thing, but there's some of them AI softwares and some of them AI platforms. They put them on, you know, offline servers, not connected to the internet, wrote them with code to where they could shut them down and everything. But some of these things are rewriting their codes, making it where the developers can't turn them off and stuff like that. And if we're so new into it and if they can already do that, just imagine what's going to happen in 5 or 10 years with AI, you know. And it's cool, scary as shit, but cool. And I'm gonna use it so I don't get left behind, I guess. Wake up juice is working. There you go.
Grumpy laid back, sitting in his shed, scuffling the wood piece in his head. Roach clips gravity.
I want the cars to control themselves. That's what I want. I think we have the technology. It's just going to be hard to get everybody in, you know, a newer vehicle that has that technology. But with the self-driving cars and everything like that, you take the person out of the equation and you have just the computers running it. You know, you have destinations before you even go somewhere. You're just not aimlessly driving around. You know, it'd be, yeah, I think it would work. No more traffic jams, no more wrecks everywhere.
Therapy he's found, patterns and spirals, designed so tight. Chainsaw humming, late into the night. In the cotton groove, so resin free. Grumpy's wooden world, where he be. He lay spinning stories, past in the shavings, feeling the texture, mind engravings, each groove a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, I gotta keep it in check, but they're not gonna. I mean, that's progression too, though. I mean, you have to play with this stuff in order to progress, you know. But at the same time, you got to understand what you're playing with. You know, that's the scary part about it.
Grumpy laid back, therapy he's found.
Right.
Grumpy laid back, sitting in his shed, scuffling with the wood piece in his head. Roach clips cracked and each one's a gem. Workshop therapy, curve problem stem. Will his worries, chisel in hand.
Well, no, I mean that's just it. If the machines had control, excuse me, if the machines had control and everything, the speed limits would increase. I mean, you think about it, everything would be flowing smooth, so you would be going faster. You know, those brake checks coming up wouldn't be brake checks because the machines would be controlling, you know, the computers would be controlling everything. So speed, trajectory, you know, the inertia from the vehicle, all that's going to be calculated in, you know, how much energy or gas it gets. You know, so yeah, it would work out, I think. I think it's all just a money game. It'd be less wrecks, less this, less that. Insurance companies would go broke. You know, so yeah. It's all about that almighty dollar. All right, I'll get off that soapbox. Let's see if we can't mess this up now, y'all.
Therapy, never underhanded. Wilderness worries, chisel in hand. Lighting up the stogie, grains like sand. Call me laid back, therapy he's found. Call me laid back, therapy he's found. Call me laid back, therapy he's found.
I can't wait to burn through all this wood and get me some different wood to burn on too. I'm over burning on this plywood.
Welcome to the shop where the sawdust flies, wood lace spins, splinters baptize, epoxy drips, bonds like ties, roach clips stack high as skies. Pain medication, hand steady in creation, therapy rolled up, call it meditation. Sessions live, hit the vibe, concentration like subscribe, build the foundation. We're lucky.
Still dark and raining out there. Depressing. I've been wanting to work on that daggum watcher challenge for Wowie's workshop. Jordy's got his little, him and Rob's got that Santa workshop or elf workshop. He wants to have you like a little, like a Santa's workshop or a gnome home kind of thing with an elf or a Santa. And they don't have to be carved in one. It can be separate pieces, but I gotta do that. And then Wowie's challenge. That's about the only powder carving I do anymore. It's just when the hey, later, soldier. Have a good day. Stay safe out there. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, that's the only power carving I do anymore. And I need to get back into making wood spirits and stuff, but I gotta go through the wood I got in the shed and split it and see what all I got. Some long pieces of cedar that I was wanting to do like a walking stick out of. I got one piece. It's probably 4 inches round at the base of it, and it's probably maybe 8 foot long. And then say the bottom would be about 4 inches around, and then say, that would be the top, I guess, where you would be holding on to it, and then the bottom that would be hitting the ground, it's about 2 inches round. So it's plenty of material to work with, and it's been drying slow in my shed for a few years now. All right, Tim, have a good day. Thank you. But I'm either gonna do a walking stick out of that, or limit up into small sections for wood spirits and stuff. Cause it should be freaking bone dry. It shouldn't have no moisture to it by now. I'd be able to cut. I know it's like this kind of cedar here. It's small, but it's got the color and the sapwood and stuff to it. Hey, Seven, thank you for coming by. Hey, thank you for the birthday wishes. There you go. And thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Excuse me. Give me some coffee. It don't do no good to set their bag on burner down to cool off if you don't turn it off, does it? Oh, well. Creeping secrets they won't unwind. Dust therapy, breathe it deep, inhale the sky, maiden pain, sparks lit. Let me get all the easy stuff out of the way. And down in here is I'm gonna have to play with them lines and follow it and make my own to cover up some of that carving. And it's just when I transferred the image, it got sloppy right through there. Don't know how well that creativity's going this morning. Let me get this going and try to get the flow and see what happens. Black and yellow blend, stars burst in flight. Dust therapy, breathe it deep, inhale the sky, maiden pain, sparks lit, let the cosmos fly. Dust therapy, rolling heads, tight, no lie, maiden pain, sparks lit, let the cosmos fly. Potion bubbling, black swirls in yellow, epoxy drip thick, chaos in the mellow, roach clips dangling, fingertips stained. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make them little jagged swoops. I think I'm just gonna keep that smooth. Spark in the flame, cosmos cracking, stars go insane. What do we do? What do we claim? Metallic taste on the tongue, sharp as a shard, eyes like satellites orbiting the yard. Static in the veins, transmission garbled, made in pain, carved from the marble. Dust therapy, breathe in the pain, meds roll tight, spark in the flame. Cosmos cracking, stars go insane. What do we do? What do we claim?
Let the sparks fly, let the chaos thrive. From the roach clips ember, the cosmos arrive, stirring up the ether till the colors collide. In the void we hide, in the void we survive. Dust therapy, breathe in the pain. Meds roll tight, spark in the flame. Cosmos cracking, stars go insane. What do we do?
I'm a daggone wood hoarder. I got so many little pieces of scrap cut wood here and there that I've done over the years, and it's like, I'll burn it, but I never burn it. It's like, no, I ain't gonna burn that. I can use that to make something, but I never make nothing with it. It's that little itch in the head I just can't scratch. I gotta keep it.
Welcome to the shop, gears grind, sparks ignite. Lace spin steady, cutting dreams in the night. Epoxy drips slow like a teardrop falling. Roach clips crafted, pain medication calling. Roll the therapy sessions in progression like subscribe. Cosmic confession, aliens fly by, curious, no aggression. We tell them the deal, yo, subscription's free, no question. Trapped like a fossil, spinning these tools, therapy colossal. Aliens peeking, they hover and linger, pointing at Earth, but we flip them the finger. Stroll, roll the therapy sessions in progression like subscribe. Cosmic confession, aliens fly by, curious, no aggression. We tell them the deal, yo, subscription's free, no question. Secrets, vibrations in the air. Epoxy dreams solid, freeze the despair. Space-time bends when the craft takes flight. Roach clips gleam in the UFO light. Show rototherapy sessions in progression like subscribe. Cosmic confession, aliens fly by, curious, no aggression. We tell them the deal, yo, subscription's free, no question. Grumpy mixing epoxy, a wizard with a potion. Colors bright, sharp, popping like planets in motion. Yellow spins with black, a galactic collision. Cosmic swirl dreams, no muddy decisions. Aliens zip past, zooming on their own lane. Spaceships flex chrome, dripping in a stellar stains. Made in pain, therapy through design. Grumpy's fire up the art, let it spark, redefine. Cosmic swirl, let it twirl, let it gleam. Yellow and black, the galaxy supreme. Right there in the lab, Grumpy scheme. Like, subscribe, beam up the dream. Pour slow, can't rush the finesse. One wrong move turns a masterpiece to a mess. Clouds curl, hypnotic patterns out of control. Epoxy rivers twist like the Milky Way soul. Therapy in creation, burning brighter than a star. Art forged in pain, but it heals every scar. Aliens watch from the nebula seat. Grumpy's hands cook up designs that can't be beat. Cosmic swirl, let it twirl, let it gleam. Yellow and black, the galaxy supreme. Right there in the lab, Grumpy scheme. Like, subscribe, beam up the dream.
alien, steady hand devotion. Epoxy shines bright, clouded in emotion. Grumpy hands spark art, therapy potion. Anxiety drips, vanishing like ocean foam motion. Aliens in the smoke, they whisper truth. Medication rolled tight, sparking the roots. Chronic pain, a ghost, fades in the booth. Creating our escape, these forms be proof. Roach clips glowing, fingertips control. Therapy the mission, fire feeds the soul. Ink in the wood grain, carving out whole. Lost in creation, feeling fully whole. Epoxy drips clean, locks the vibe in time. Therapy eternal, sculpted line by line. Pain fades silent, buzzed up the climb. Aliens tracking thoughts, feeling so divine. Smoke, they whisper truth. Medication rolled tight, sparking the roots. Chronic pain, a ghost, fades in the booth. Creating our escape, these forms be proof. Grumpy's craft cuts through that ether haze, shoving demons aside, calling brighter days. Therapeutic fiction set the world ablaze. Creation keeps healing, we move through the maze. Shop, he's crafting a throne. Roach clips spinning, epoxy's full blown. Stress evaporates, the pain turns to haze. Workshop therapy in this cosmic maze. Anxiety dissolves, sawdust in the air. Lathe hums a hymn like it don't have a care. Tools talk to him, whispers in the grain. Creation's the cure, washes out the strain. Like and subscribe, come and catch the vibe. Grumpy's workshop, where the cosmos collide. Aliens watching, they peep through the sky. Crafting universes with a gleam in his eye. Sets like time, bonding worlds anew. Sparks from the sander light a galactic view. Blueprints of peace etched deep in the wood. Channeling the stars, yeah, it feels that good. UFOs hover, they want in on the plan. Saw blades singing tunes only Grumpy understands. Celestial shavings, they drift in the flow. Galactic therapy, the more you know. Like and subscribe, come and catch the vibe. Workshop, where the cosmos collide. Aliens watching, they peep through the sky. Crafting universes with a gleam in his eye. Like and subscribe, come and catch the vibe. Grumpy's workshop, where the cosmos collide. Aliens watching, they peep through the sky. Crafting universes with a gleam in his eye.
Grumpy's in the shop today. Tools clatter where shadows stay. Crab apple wood gets its say. Made in pain, that's how we play. Turning scraps to gold each day. Roach clip spinning, grain won't stray. Lathe hums like an old freight train. Fingers guide the flow and strain. Every clip a story plain. Made in pain, that's how we play. Turning scraps to gold each day. Roach clip spinning, grain won't stray. Meds rolled up for a breath of peace. Shavings fall like a masterpiece. Grain so smooth the hurt's released. Made in pain, that's how we play. Turning scraps to gold each day. Roach clip spinning, grain won't stray. Grumpy's got a shop, hand steady as fate. Epoxy flowing deep, creations ornate. Lighter cases sharp, roach clips out of sight. Glow brighter in the dark than a meteorite. Therapy and carving, steady hands, no slack. Each cut a reflection of dreams fighting back. Grumpy's batshit crazy, yet the vibe's polite. Medication rolled tighter than a poet's insight. Aliens watching, they nod and they grin. Shapes in the shadows where the carvings begin. Vibes intergalactic, creations take flight. Like and subscribe, let the algorithms ignite. Epoxy spills like rivers on a moonlit night. Shapes emerge, sharp souls taking their bite. From batshit to brilliance, the cycle's tight. Grumpy carving galaxies push the limits of sight. Glow bright edges, life's a strobe light glow. Hands crammed steady, art dances just so. Laid back visions, they traverse the unknown. Aliens watch Grumpy shape the great unknown. Sign to the vibe, drop that subscribe. Catch carvings flowing steady, creations alive. Grumpy in his own, aliens not pure delight. Watch epoxy spill dreams under fluorescent lights. Watching, they nod and they grin. Shapes in the shadows where the carvings begin. Vibes intergalactic, creations take flight. Like and subscribe, let the algorithms ignite. Epoxy spills like rivers on a moonlit night. Shapes emerge, sharp souls taking their bite. From that shit to brilliance this tight. Grumpy carving galaxies push the limits of sight. Glow bright edges, life's a strobe like glow. Hands cramped steady, art dances just so. Laid back visions, they traverse the unknown. Aliens watch grumpy shape the great unknown. Sign to the vibe, drop that subscribe. Catch carvings flowing steady, creations alive. Grumpy in his own, aliens not pure delight. Watch epoxy spill dreams under fluorescent lights.
Sorry about that, y'all. I didn't realize my microphone died. I was just a babbling.
Oh no, what's Grumpy doing tonight?
We should be back. I got the other one charging. It's got 2 in there at least. That's a good thing. Alright, I don't know how long my mic has been going, but thank you for stopping by, Tina. Thank you for the birthday wishes. And good morning, Alan. I don't know if you could hear me earlier when I was talking. I get to talking and I don't know. I got myself in my ear so I could hear the music, but I zone myself out while I'm talking because it messes with me when I listen to myself talk while I'm talking. But
He's got wires tangled like a madman's plan. Lightning in his hands, no safety span. Don't do what Grumpy does. He's no safety fan. Danger's dancing, oh it's alive. Don't try this if you wanna survive.
well, well. That's what Alive is all about, right? You get the technical difficulties, the bloopers and all.
The patterns it leaves, like trees in the sky. Beautiful but deadly. Don't even try.
But I was going through my boards trying to find everything that I had set up, and the praying hands, that's going to be the image I do after this one. And then once my lathe gets going again, I won't do too many of the pyrography things. Now, I'll have to see how it goes. I'll put a community post up and try to get everybody's opinions, you know, if they prefer the lathe work or split it up or whatever, but I prefer working with the lathe. It's just easier for me. But I do like the wood burning and everything, and I need to keep up with that. Like I said, I figure I need to do maybe start 1 burn a week and try to get 1 burn done a week plus my lathe spinning and stuff. That way I can keep my inventory built up. Because I want to get a stockpile of stuff so I can have a nice spread when I do set up and try to sell stuff. It's not going to be something, I mean, I'm all game for it right now and excited about the 13th of every month being able to do that. But like I said, I just have to roll with it and see how it goes. You know, if the traction stays good and I stay busy and, you know, keep doing good like I been, then hey, I'm going to keep going. But I feel it's going to slow down. And I'm not going to give up on it, but I want to be able to have stuff, I guess, to set up other places too, is what I'm babbling about. Finding some of my wire. I'm trying to let my wood burner cool off, and while I'm doing that, I'm looking for my different gauge wire. And I think I did that out of 24. I got some 23. Yeah, it's a little bit thicker. I think that's pushing it. I think the machine. Still ain't found my book for it. I think I'm only supposed to go down to 24 gauge. This 23 is a bit thicker. Fixing to cut a piece of this 23 off though while it's out. I want to try to make a new shading spoon that's a bit wider than what I got. And like I said, I was beating out that 24 gauge piece that I made the other day. Where's my snips? But anyway, it wasn't getting that flat. Alright, I'll take this bit of wire right here and I'll make a new tip. This is the one I tried doing. I did it, I started doing this burn yesterday morning with this tip before I ever tried to flatten it out. I was hoping with the theory of making the wire tip, you know, bending it to shape and not flattening it, that I would flow smoother over these lines. But it was the way it was burning, with it being so thin, it was catching the grains worse. And so not flattening it made it harder for me. So last night, I didn't hook it up on the wood burner and heat it up. I was just holding it with my pliers and taking my torch and burning it and getting it hot and then hitting it against the piece of another metal with my hammer. So it didn't flatten out as good, but it did get a lot flatter and a little bit wider. But like I said, I need it, want it, yeah, I just want it bigger, wider than what it is.
Roach clips gleam, each one's a story. Copper wire twist, therapeutic glory. Minds at ease, wood chips in the air. Chronic pain fades, I'm beyond the despair. Call the pain away, dust therapy delight. In the shop late, working through the night. Every cut heals, every scrape mends. Woodcraft
Say babble, babble.
Grumpy's pace, laid back vibes. Whittling woes down, pain subsides.
Get back here, give me plenty of room. Because I waste more of this wire than I use when I do this anyway. So it gives me enough material, I guess.
Every single cut, chronic pain fight, but I stay in the rut. Dust fills the lungs, yet clears the mind. In every shade,
And then trying to hold on to it is frustrating anymore too. Stuff slips through my hands and then hold it too daggum tight. I'm bending it before I'm ready to bend it. I always say the struggles are real.
Roach clips gleamed, each one's a story. Copper wire twist, therapeutic glory. Minds at ease, wood chips in the air. Chronic pain fades, I'm beyond the despair. Call the pain away, dust therapy delight. In the shop late, working through the night. Every cut heals, every scrape mends.
We don't want it to twist.
Therapy, that's how life
We want it to
bends.
stay flat.
Grumpy's pace, laid back vibes. Whittling woes down, pain subsides.
So you got to bend it slow or it wants to crimp up and twist. You don't want them to twist together. They got to lay flat. They can't lay up on each other like that.
Every single cut, chronic pain fighting, but I stay in the rut. Dust fills the lungs.
Hey, BB. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate that. This is BB from Knuckles, correct?
In this workshop, I'm a healed man.
Yeah, grumpy on the lathe, shavings hit the floor, epoxy drips slow, colors cosmic galore. Spin the clip tight, stress.
Yeah, I see a little Bart Simpson icon down there now. Heck yeah, thank you for coming by. I appreciate that. There you go. Pop out.
calloused, working that groove. Lathe hums a tune like the tools approve. Each turn a whisper, each cut a shout. Life in the
I'm just babbling, doing my wood burn, and fiddling with another tip right now. Hey, good morning, PK. You made it. But just fiddling with a trying to shape out my wire. I want to get the poles touching like that, and I want that roundness to stay. And then once I heat it up, I'm gonna heat it up and start hammering down right here in that little teardrop shape to kind of widen that out. And then I'm hoping that as I'm flattening it out, you know, it'll fill in and give me like that little spoon shape and be a little wider. Hey, good morning, Matthew. Thank you. I'm the same way. I lurk in so many channels. It's like I get overwhelmed. You know, I let's see. I'll go in there. If there's not a lot of people in there, I'm for sure I'm gonna say, hey, what's up? Because it's like I don't have let's see. When it comes to typing and everything on the keyboard, my vocabulary and my spelling is not as good as I want it to be. So I don't type as fast. And so it's like, I know how to spell that name, but I'll look at it 2 or 3 times while I'm typing it to make sure I spell it right and stuff like that. So I'm not very fast at all my responses. And I'll get in a busy room and say, hey, and then so many people want to say, hey, back. And it's like, I get overwhelmed, and then I feel bad if I miss anybody or something. Hey, Aiden, good morning, sir. Uh-oh, hold on. Oh no, come here. But yeah, I lurk in a lot of channels because of that. That's like Knuckles' channel. I watched Knuckles' channel every day for a long time before I ever even said put the little peace fingers or anything like that up. Hey, good morning, Amy. Thank you. But yeah, I love autocorrect. Autocorrect and stuff like that, that helps me out tremendously. I'd look like a complete moron out there trying to talk if we didn't have that autocorrect and spell check going on. That's one thing that I kicked myself in the butt, was just not being able to focus and pay attention and get all them phonics and stuff down like I was supposed to when I was little. That's one thing. My son, he was gifted. Oh, hell, he was. Ain't no was to it. He's still gifted, little smart ass. But when they were setting up his stuff through school, the gifted counselors was like giving us a whole checklist of stuff. Well, what kind of stuff do you want us to work with on him and this and that? And I was like, he's a smart little turd. My main concern was vocabulary, comprehension, and math. I wanted him just vocabulary, comprehension, and math to just friggin' be off the charts, because that was always my issues going through school. But yeah, he wasn't like his dumb old daddy. He blew it out the water.
Grumpy's at the lace, spin a roach clip tight. Epoxy dreams gleam in the fluorescent light. Workshop there
Yeah, he graduated with honors. It was like, I think it was 500 students in the graduating class, and he was in the 30s. All kind of daggum awards and medals and stuff. Yeah, but that dyslexia, you got some superpowers going on there now. You got to tap into. Lord, turn it off. That's just it. You might have one weakness, but that one weakness is going to give you some special abilities. Or they say it's only a weakness if you let it. I got picked on though. That was my problem with my goofiness going through school. Daggum kids is freaking mean. My little kids is mean, ruthless. And that's what gave me all my problems, I think. That and then having my issues. What was it? Gen X youngin', there ain't no issues. You didn't have no issues. Oh, ain't nothing wrong with you. No, you're not different. You're just dumb, or you're being lazy, or you're this. So that added to the what do they call it, trauma or whatever. But yeah. Yeah, damn bullies is bullies. But like I said, that's what I was a bully at one point, I guess, because I'd gotten bullied so damn much once, because I was little. I didn't have much size to me. I'm 6 foot now. Got some weight to me, just over 200 pounds, and a lot of it was good muscle, before I was disabled and quit working. And so I got size to me is what I'm trying to get to. But when I was being bullied, I was a little freaking runt. And that's what it was, is once I got a little size to me, and it's like, I ain't running no more. I started standing up to the bullies, and then that changed everything. And then after a while, my head swelled up, and then with my anger issues that I had going on, I became a bully, and yeah. I was like that for about 1.5 years, 2 years, and then that's when I realized the stupidity that I was doing, and it's like, yeah, I can't do this no more. I'm still here, y'all. I'm just sitting in my lap trying to get this to the shape I want. That wood burner was a little hot. I'm gonna let it cool off for a minute. Lots of people use the little laptops. I've just never really preferred a laptop. I've always wanted to be able to customize my computer, add more RAM or change stuff out in it. So I've always went desktop. I go through and just get, I get the cheapest setup I can get through Walmart. I'll go to walmart.com and look for gaming computer, because that's always got a decent video card and stuff like that in it. And that's what I've done in the past. I had to do the same thing again because whenever they went with the whole Windows 10 dropping support in October like they did and all that, I spazzed out because I didn't want to, because my computer I couldn't upgrade to 11, and I didn't want to lose access to my YouTube stuff or lose the ability to do my YouTube stuff. So I went and got the computer I got now. It didn't come with a monitor or nothing. It just came with the tower and a keyboard and mouse. But I used it. Well, that's what I got was it. It was a couple $100. It wasn't cheap, but it was the cheapest I could get that would give me at least the hardware I had, because the computer I was using wasn't that bad. You know, it was working fine for me. I had to upgrade the RAM. It was lagging up on me whenever I was first editing, but once I updated my RAM in my old computer, it smoothed out. Everything was great. But that's what messed me up too, is I'm a creature of habit, and then when Windows 10 to Windows 11, they do a lot of the filing different. And so yeah, that messed me up for a little while.
Grumpy spins the lay, spaceship hum in the air. Epoxy shining bright, colors rare, so unfair. Aliens in the mist, whispers fill the void. Roach clips, crafted art, never destroyed. Workshop therapy, the grind finds its peace.
Yeah, I like the desktops. But that just goes into where when I had my A+, you know, that's what I did was I went into getting my A+ certification with the idea of working on computers. You know, I didn't want to do programming or nothing like that because I figured that was too intense for me. But I was always good with my hands, you know, and so at the time I was good with my hands. And repairing and upgrading the computers was fun to do.
Medicinal haze, no pain stays the course. Roach clip crackles, fire fuels the source. Laid spin stories, whispers through the
Hey Delanne, good morning. How you doing?
healing every vein. Workshop therapy, the grind finds
I am fiddling with some wire right now, making a new tip, attempting to make a new tip while I babble. I was letting the wood burner cool off for a minute. It's probably good and cool now. But I've just been focusing on this for a second. Thank you for the hearts and the party horns, whatever they are. See, my phone, I get frustrated trying to use my phone because I am just, I guess, I've played with computers forever. And don't get me wrong, I've always wanted to get into programming and stuff like that. I guess that's what drove me to computers and had me in that interest, but his stuff just accelerated and changed so fast I couldn't keep up. And so fixing them and cleaning them out and repairing them was my thing. And then when it come to repairing the computer, I wasn't the kind that would go in there and try to, like if it had a virus, try to get in there and remove the virus strings and pull it out through code. No sir, I didn't do that. I would go through there, and if your files weren't infected, I'd back your files up, then I'd scan to make sure they were safe in a dummy computer, and then I would wipe out your system and just reload it. That was the easiest for me to do. I was the wipe and reload guy. But now when I wiped and reloaded it, it would be a lot better because I went through and got all the accurate drivers and updated everything the proper way instead of just using the generic Microsoft crap. You'd be surprised how many just plain generic drivers people have in their system instead of having the actual manufacturer drivers, and that makes a difference.
cartridge covers glowing, a sight to behold. Grumpy's creations are worth more than gold. From wood
to epoxy, the magic appears. Stress-free zones chasing off fears. Laid back and happy, that's how it's done. Grumpy's world shines like the morning sun. Like and subscribe to the art of the grind.
Alright, y'all, I think this little piece is as good as I can do until I put some heat to it. I'll get the heat on there later and go to beating and banging. I'll let the wife sleep for now. That's the way it was for me. Like I said, I can't function on a phone. I would be lost. Like Suno has a mobile app. I mean, you can download it, you know, and build your songs with Suno off of the mobile, but you lose so many, or I don't know, maybe a newer phone might have all the bells and whistles, but I run on an A15, little old straight talk prepay, you know, so with the operating system that one has, I don't have all the bells and whistles on my mobile app through Suno. So definitely a different app on the computer, and Suno is just part of my channel. You know, I make my music, I gotta have my music.
Grumpy's hands, they shape the night. The epoxy flows, a neon flight. From roach clips to a lighter case.
Some of them you can. Some of them that stuff's just it's hard. It's all soldered to the board. Some of it it's integrated into the motherboard. You can't, even if you break it apart, you can't take them off the board unless you get in there and actually unsolder stuff and change all the power supply and stuff around for it. That was my thing. That's what we did whenever I was in class. I had this one kid in there where I got my A+. It was a vocational school, so you had a mix of college kids, high school students taking the computer class, like dual enrollment. The smart kids from the high school would be up in there, and there was this one little kid. He's a little rich turd, you know. His grandpa kept him whatever he needed, you know, which, you know, can't knock it if you could do it. If I could spoil mine like that, I would. But anyway, he wasn't scared to take something apart. If he broke it, oh well, he'd get another one. And that's what he was doing. He was tearing his laptop apart, repainting the bezel, the color and everything on it, trying to change up his fans, trying to change out his video card, and yeah, just everything was integrated into it. But you get that desktop, oh, that's a whole new story right there. You start breaking that, that's like a hot rod, you know. You get that thing water cooled, all that good stuff on there for your processors and stuff. And that's the fun stuff. Hey Aiden, thank you for coming through, buddy. Have a good day. And see, that's what this little boy did. He would overclock the processors and all that stuff and push it to the limits. I'm talking about, we're sitting there playing with his computer with the cover open and stuff on there, and he's tweaking it, doing, all of a sudden you see it smoke. It's like, yep, you shouldn't have done that. And he'd laugh. That's okay, I got a processor coming, it should be here tomorrow. I was trying to see how much this one could take. I was like, dude. Yeah, but that's how you learn, I guess. You know, he was pushing everything to those limits. Little dude was cool.
From above, medication rolled up tight tonight. Gotta get through, gotta feel just right. Like and subscribe, let the world know. Epoxy dreams make the energy glow.
See, I like to do like each one of my videos. I mean, shoot. I make so many songs because it's use it or lose it with Suno. The credits that you pay for monthly, they do not roll over. That's the only thing I do not like about it. It's like I said, you use them or you lose them. And so you can make so many songs with the credits every month. And so it's like every video I do, I keep that very beginning jingle when it's showing my sticker and the welcome to Grumpies and all that stuff. That's the same tune because I like that little that riff that it's got. But other than that, I make new songs for each video. I try to make about 5 songs because it starts to get aggravating because they all start sounding the same to me after making a few for each video. So I figure I hit my limit around 5 or so, and then hey, good morning, Miss Daisy. I'll run all those songs, while I'm doing the lathe work and everything. While I'm muted, you can hear most of the songs, and then once I burn through the ones that I made for that video, I start looping them through the rest of the song. And then some of them might not even be looped. I might make enough and the video short enough that each song's, brand new as you hear it. But like it's towards the end, you can't really hear the lyrics good because I got it turned down so low. Oh, my back. No, it's still raining up here, Miss Daisy. Been raining all daggone week. Rainy and cold. It's a 64 in my shop right now. I've had my heater going this morning, so it's probably high 50s, mid 50s out there right now. I'm up in Northwest Florida. Miss Daisy's down in South Florida. It's 2 different hemispheres almost with the weather right now. I think she was still in the high 70s the other day. Oh, stretching and moving my back around, y'all. Getting stiff sitting down. Dust collector's supposed to be here today. I'm excited. I don't got nowhere to set it. The corner I wanted to set it up at, I hadn't even attempted to do anything with that mess yet. But that's still the game plan, is putting it right there. But in the meantime, it's gonna sit right over there because I got to get back to spinning. I gotta go through I got a bunch of boxes I started keeping, but I'll start keeping boxes right before Christmas because everybody needs to pack something or wrap something in a box. And hey, good morning, Josh. So I got a stack of boxes in the corner. I need to break those down. I'm not gonna use half of them. I got the hiccups for some reason. Oh. Definitely tell I got up and away from the heater. It got cold. And I keep saying cold. I know some of y'all dealing with some real cold weather, but in Florida, it's cold. There you go, Bones. PK, he got some good weather down there still. You're a little bit further south too. You gotta remember, we got snow up here in Florida last year. And this part in January we did.
Grumpy's lab, epoxy spin, lathe hums a tune, cosmic glow in the dark, crafts under the moon, medication roll tight, rocket ship ignite, therapy in the grind, pain fuels the flight, colors galore, drip drip it pours, roach clips shine, open cosmic doors, aliens hide but we're seeing the signs, Grumpy's
that was straight crazy. I almost wish we get it again this year. Dude, it was nuts. We made national news. Sure did. We got over 8 inches of snow in one day. I mean, not a little bit of fluff, barely sticking on the car. I mean, my goofy old butt was out there making snow angels in this mess. I mean, it looked like a Christmas movie. I mean, I ain't never seen Florida looking like that. Yeah. We say that was a once in a lifetime storm. It was, I think, 77, 76 it snowed, or it might have been 79. It was when I was a baby. My mom said it snowed, and she made a little snowman off of the ground and whatnot. But other than that, we'd get a little bit of snow flurry. You say, oh, it's gonna snow tonight, and we all laugh because it's Florida. Yeah, we're not getting snow. Birmingham, up in Alabama, higher up north, they got it, but not us. We might see a flurry or two, it hit the ground and be gone, or you catch it and it's gone. But yeah, last year when they started saying, oh, it's gonna snow, we all laughed, because like I said, we've heard that before. But no, sir, it straight up snowed. Heck, I'm gonna end up pulling it up on my computer. I'm about fixing to show y'all, dadgummit. I said I have a bunch of video footage of it that I got to edit down and make a video. I had just started the YouTube thing when that happened. I had started YouTube in October. I've only been doing my channel just over a year. Started it in October, and then yeah, that was that January that we'd gotten the snow. It was fun. I couldn't stay out in it long though. Like I said, I get that bone cold, it's over with. I get full body shivers and stuff. It hurts. But yeah, I'd bundle up thermals and extra socks and all that mess and walk out in it for a little bit. I had to, Hey, good morning, Rock Solid. I wasn't even looking at my screen. Oh, a year ago yesterday. Awesome. Congratulations on the 1 year anniversary.
Contained, light it, inhale it, no longer change. Freedom in the haze, nothing feels strained.
Let me see, what do we got going? YouTube Studio, shut that down. Do I have those videos on my computer still, or are they on the hard drive? Alright, y'all got lucky. I can't show you those pictures and stuff right now. They're on the portable hard drive, they're not on my computer. I think that's inside. That's not out here. All right, I'm getting back to the wood burn. I'm getting back. Grumpy on the lathe, hands steady, no shakes. Epoxy swirling colors, galaxy it makes. Cosmic hues popping, drip drop. Okay, told y'all I was staying well medicated today. So Man, I had to get some medication in. Here's my personal roach clip. We know that's my main gig on my channel is making my roach clips. This is my personal right here, and I made that one with that right there. That's all I used making that one. I didn't use sandpaper or anything. That's why you got some dark, like it's real dark, and then it's kind of shiny. The dark spots is where I couldn't get a clean scrape, you know, and then the shinier spots, that was a cleaner cut, you know, because I used to, excuse me, I'm not gonna scrape on this one. Let me find something else here. All right, pretend this is the wood, you know, instead of sandpaper or whatnot, I took my knife and, you know, instead of cutting like that, once I got it to shape, I turned my knife up like that on the edge and kind of scraped, and that's how I sanded it. I did that to get my smooth edge and all. So if you don't sand your wood real good, when you go to stain it, the stain soaks in and absorbs different. That's why it's so dark and stuff right there, and then not so dark. But yeah, that one was that's when I was still working. This was a solid piece of wood that I split off of a log and just cut it down, you know, and I would sit there and I took a big chunk first and then shaved it down, you know, had it kind of dowel-like shaped, but it wasn't round, it was squared off still, and then just waiting on dump trucks, because it was when I was still working and they had me on wannabe light duty, and that light duty was just pushing almost did a boo-boo, pushing loads of dirt with a bulldozer, and there ain't nothing light duty about a bulldozer beating on your butt. But anywho, that's what I would do waiting on trucks, you know, because it'd take a truck 45 minutes to an hour to make a round trip, you know, and we'd have maybe 3 or 4 trucks coming to the job site, so the work would hit in spurts. I'd get 2 or 3 loads of dirt. That wouldn't take me 10 minutes to knock down, and then I'd be sitting there waiting. So that's when I made this one.
Heavy and rare. Drip, drip, the colors collide, swirling like storms in a glassy tide. Yellow's the hope, black's where fears hide. Grumpy's therapy on this epoxy ride. Epoxy dreams, therapy in the stack. Lace spins truth, no looking back. Made in pain, every color of fight. Grumpy's glowing, crafting life from the night. Epoxy dreams,
I ain't gonna get back to burning a little bit.
Lace spins truth.
See if this thing starts burning better now. Want another hand piece for this unit, but I want to get a whole new unit. Almost out of coffee. Sure, no. I mean, let's see. I could have had a better job. I guess I put myself in that position to have that job. Yeah, I guess it was 50-50. Yeah, it's let me see. This is what it's gonna be. It's like a mushroom cap skull kind of deal. It's just an image I got off of YouTube, or I'm sorry, Google. Look, I'd worked there long enough, I guess, let's see. I could get away with stuff that I wouldn't get away with anywhere else. You know, it's like at the end of my work, you know, with my back and everything being an issue, They kind of worked with me on that because I think deep down they knew I screwed my back up on their job sites and stuff, but I never claimed workman's comp because I wouldn't never been able to pass a drug test, you know, so I kind of had its benefits. And then, you know, I avoided most of the cup tests like that because of knowing people in the office and working there so long. You know, they'd give certain people a heads up. You know, they were looking for certain issues, you know, but my herbal wasn't a big issue because it wasn't like I was running balls to the wall tearing stuff up or nothing. You know, that's just it. Most people that are herbal, they're a little more careful because they can't take those tests. The other street stuff is in and out of you so fast, and that's what they were trying to test for. But it had its perks, I guess, because I had just worked there so long. But that wannabe light duty that they put me on towards the end, I think that was kind of vindictive in the same though. Because that was my problem, was my lower back just above my butt. I mean, right there, just above where your belt goes is where my vertebrae are screwed up. And so when you're sitting down, a bulldozer has no suspension. It's just those metal tracks. And it's just like a bop, 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 bop. It just beats on your back like that. Every time you roll forward 5 foot, you get 20 or 30 of those going straight into your butt. It's just the way the machine worked, you know. And so yeah, like I said, when they throwed me on that bulldozer, I think that was them trying to make me quit. I think they thought I was trying to set them up, you know, get clean and then claim workman's comp or something. But that wasn't the case. Ooh, get some for me. My cup's almost empty.
Grumpy's hands got the midnight touch. Fingers smooth.
And then that was screwy on their part because I needed to quit well before that, but I stayed long enough so I could train somebody to do what I was doing for them. Like I said, I ran that asphalt machine and nobody else knew how to operate it, you know. And that's the funny part about it, was before I run the machine, like I said, I was the grunt on the ground, you know, and then I learned the machine being the grunt on the ground, cleaning it and everything after each day. And then when I become the guy running the machine, I didn't get no grunt behind me to clean the machine once it was done. I was still the grunt cleaning the machine too. But that's okay. That gave me job security because nobody else knew how to run the machine, you know. And so like I said, towards the end, I gave them notice. I told them, I said, man, I'm giving you notice right now. You need to hire somebody or you need to pick somebody to take my position because I can't do this no more. Yeah, man, it is a bulldozer. It's just those steel tracks, you know. And then the work that I did, it was aggressive work. Like I said, we did the grading and paving, you know. We would hit the woods, you know. We go to the job site and it's nothing but woods, you know. We would go through there, get the blueprints out, you know, get the plans for the job, you know. They'd have benchmarks here and there. You have to shoot the elevation, you know, get all that right. But before you do that, we'd have to get our center lines going through for our roads and whatnot, you know, and then clear that out. Yeah, we did it from beginning to the end. Yeah, we did the groundwork. Let's see. For y'all that don't understand, some of y'all might know, but not everybody understands how a subdivision's built. You'll start off with nothing but woods, right? Then you go through, you put your center lines, and your center lines is the dead center of each road that's going to be in the neighborhood. You know, you mark that out like a little map. You clear all that out. Then you get your elevation of what the finished elevation is supposed to be with asphalt. You know what that height is supposed to be. Well, then you got to figure out how deep the clay is supposed to be, your subbase and whatnot. So you got to cut the ground down deep for all that. But before you do that, you got to cut it deep enough for utility people to come in there and put the storm pipes and stuff in, and then they got to bury that back up. So you'll take a job site, it'll look picture perfect, and then the next day another crew comes in there and just wrecks it to do what they got to do, and then you have to go back, clean it back up after they're done. It was just a repetitive process until all of a sudden, whoop, now it's time to put the asphalt down. You know, so yeah, we did it all.
Shining like the stars that twinkle up in space. Aliens are circling.
Skid steer, oh yeah, excavator, yes sir, yes sir. Well, that was my jam when I started, was a front end loader. It was an old wore out International. It had no pivot points left, no bushings left in the pivot points, so it slammed hard if you hit any kind of bumps where it articulates at. And it didn't have the bucket, it had the big old giant rake on there and called it a root rake. And you'd have to turn that thing up, dig it down into the ground about 3 or 4 foot, and drive all over the job site to make sure you got all the roots up out of the ground. You know, because you can't build something on top of a bunch of roots, because the roots will decay and the ground drops, foundation will settle and crack. You know, so yeah, we did it all. But that wore out root rake, that's what I started because I was green to equipment, so they put me on that. That damn thing didn't have no brakes, no mirrors, no nothing. You could pull the steering wheel up and it would come up out of the splines, would come out of the gearbox underneath the machine, and you could just spin the wheel like you was on a bumper car or something. It wouldn't steer the machine. You'd have to grab it, find the splines, jam it back in the hole, and then you get control of the machine again. That's in Florida, you gotta love it. It was fun though. But all that wore out equipment, that helped jack me up some. My neck, I did that, I think, primarily being young and dumb partying. But the equipment jarred me because, like I said, half of it didn't have mirrors, and then with me being a stoner, I didn't trust the mirrors. I didn't want to run somebody over or something and then get in trouble, and so I was always twisted as hard as I could twist with my waist and my back, and then my neck would be twisted around, you know, so I could see behind me while I was driving, because we were balls to the wall, you know, we were trying to get a bunch done, but yeah, that helped beat me down. And then, like I said, it's the way I operated it too. Oh, it was the W14 is what I called it. That was the equipment name for it. And then an old International front end loader. Both of them the International was huge compared to the W14, but neither one of them had brakes. Both of them wore slap out, and we never even kept those pieces of equipment at the shop. They stayed in job sites or future job sites, so OSHA could never track them down to inspect them. Yeah, they were wore out, dangerous. Heck, I run into we were on a job site. It was wet, muddy. The job site had a good slope to it. It was all kind of like going downhill. And we were headed to the back of the job site. And like I said, everything was muddy. There was a boy in front of me. He was on one of our brand new Kawasaki front end loaders. And he was trying to fishtail. he's hauling butt through the wet clay, and he's trying to fishtail his loader and make it slide and stuff like that while we're driving. He's got brakes and stuff. I was on a root rake that had no brakes, and he's hauling butt in front of me, and I'm hauling butt right behind him. You know, like I said, we're racing to the back of the job site to get started. And he slid and went sideways, blocked the road. I was like, oh, dang, no brakes. I dropped the rake real quick, slammed the dang loader in reverse, but the gear shift and then the forward reverse were right beside each other. So when I slapped reverse, it slapped it in third. So it slow rolled real slow to a stop. And yeah, I caught me one of them big old tires with that root rake. I caught hell from the boss man on that day. Yeah, old memories. But when it slow rolled, it run right into that tire and just kept going. It was slowing down, like, all right, it ain't gonna pop. And all of a sudden, pow! It sounded like a shotgun went off too when that thing punctured. The boss man gave me hell. And I had to take it, I didn't rat the other boy out and say, well, he was freaking fishtailing and cutting up in front of me and come to a stop. In all honesty, I shouldn't have been following that close on a machine with no brakes, but I figured he knowed what he was doing, but yeah. I was like, yep, here comes the drug test, but I got lucky. Coffee, there you go. But yeah, I did enjoy. I was just a creature of habit too. That shop was like, "Hey, good morning, William. Thank you, buddy. Did you have a good time last night?" I had to go on to bed. I was getting tired. Yep, today is my birthday. It's 49. I'm almost 50. Dude, I still got all my keys. I operated Caterpillar, Kubota, Kawasaki, John Deere. I mean, you name it. I got the equipment key for it. International. I still got them. Because that's what I joke about all the time. Somebody starts harassing somebody in the family or something like that. I'm like, where are we digging a hole at? They're like, what? I said, I still got my equipment keys. Where are we digging a hole at? They think I'm crazy. I ain't shitting. Where they at? And they're close in hand. I ain't kidding, right here. This is just part of it. This is just what I kept. But I walked around the job site every day. I had this big old clip of keys hooked to everything, and I had all kind of equipment keys on here. But this is the ones that I bought that were mine that the boss man couldn't take back. I got a Caterpillar. I got a Kawasaki. I got two Kawasaki's. I got a Bobcats, John Deere, International, Kubota, Komatsu. Shit, around here, you can't drive down the road without seeing one of these. One of these pieces of equipment will be sitting on the side of the road within a 5-mile radius of me somewhere on a job site. And they all take the same key. You just have a lock panel that covers the key, and that ain't nothing but a daggum padlock, and you can knock that off with a hammer. We've had to do it many a times because we've lost our panel keys on the job sites. Couldn't get into the panel. The boss man said, just break the lock. Oh, but yeah, I still have all my equipment keys. I loved it. I loved the work. If my body wouldn't have went to crap, I'd still be doing it. I wasn't too fond of the asphalt work, but that was just part of what we did. And we did more, the job site, the asphalt part of the job site, that wasn't crap. That wasn't but a couple of days and that was over with. But majority of the job site, we'd be on equipment, just prepping it for the asphalt. Hey, Dan, good morning. That's awesome. It stayed warm in there. I seen the way y'all had that the loft part covered up to keep your heat down there with you. Yeah, them equipment keys wasn't cheap. I got a handful of mine, and we had a mechanic that was working with us one time, and the boss man would say, "Okay, you're going to this job, this job, this job." I said, "All right, well, I need equipment keys." They're like, "Oh, you ain't got no keys?" I said, "No, sir, I'm not buying them. You know, that's something you should be supplying me with, and y'all hadn't given me no keys." And they were giving me a hard time about it. So I was down there complaining around the mechanic one time, and he says, "They gonna make you buy keys?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "Are you serious?" I said, "Yeah." And then he just took a whole bunch of keys out of the toolbox. You know, he says, "Here you go. If you buy them, pay me for them." Hey, I gave him, I think it was $20 for a handful of keys. You know, so it was dirt cheap. Hey, all right, Josh, you have a good day, man. Stay safe. I saw on it was Temu or one of them damn sites. It might have been AliExpress or something where they had a set of equipment keys for sale like that. I thought that was wild. It had all your run of the mill, your standard, the popular keys. I guess I'm not going to the beach and doing no live today. As long as I woke up this morning, it's raining. It's still raining. I don't need to go nowhere anyway. I need to sit right here so when that package comes. Oh, goodness, y'all. I mean, that's how most places work. And it is where I was at was a small, it was a mom and pop clay pit pretty much. Uh, the guy owned, it was a couple of acres over here. Like I said, it was real close to the house. I could ride a bicycle to work if my truck wouldn't crank up or something, and it wouldn't take me 10 minutes to get to work on a bicycle. You know, it wasn't even, 5 miles away from me. And so it was the convenience of how close it was. And then, heck, like I said, I worked there for like 10 years because of that convenience. It's just right here by the house. And then my dad was working there as a dump truck driver. And that's what got me on up there. He didn't want me working up there. He didn't want me doing construction and stuff. But, that's the route of life I took. So when I got out of framing and stuff, he got me in up there. And then that's where I never looked back. But they just small mom and pop place. But boss man, he was typical boss man. He wanted that money. He was greedy, and he'd take advantage of the situation. Like they could just the work we was doing. At one point, we were getting 65 hours a week minimum. I mean, we were banging because it was like a building boom. I mean, you couldn't turn your, it's like it is right now. Right now, you cannot turn your head without seeing a new subdivision being developed somewhere in our area. It's just crazy. And we had a stage like that back when I was working. I mean, we were bumping, and then it got slow. Recession or whatever they call wanted to hit, and then job sites just dwindled. We went from 60 something hours to barely getting 20, and that was if you was up in there willing to go do stupid shit. Like I had one job that I had to go to that was a 3-person job minimum, but I was doing it by myself every day because he's like, "Well, if you're not going to do it, I'll find somebody who can." I'm like, "Oh shit, no, I'll do it." And that helped blow my back out, because I was lifting crap that I needed, 2 people to lift, and I'd have to do it by myself, no machines, and yeah. But, I chose that route. But that was me. I'm a creature of habit. I don't like change, and I don't like new environments or whatnot. And so it's like once I found my spot up there, I didn't want to go nowhere else. Oh, goodness. This is just not burning hot like it was. I think I got a short in my wire. Yeah, man. Well, I done it to myself. It's just everything I did. I was young and was wanting to smoke, didn't want to quit smoking. So what do? I go frame houses. They're not gonna do no tests, And so yeah, I get out there and do what I do, and I slipped off a roof a couple of times. Uh-oh, did this one die? Oh no, it's going. What happened? My music stopped. What happened to the music? But no, framing the houses, it was sliding off the roof a time or two. And that wasn't terrible. It hurt, don't get me wrong. But it wasn't like falling on hard ground. It was like sand. But it still had that impact and that thump. There it goes. But most of my stuff on the job site was I was young. And everybody else, older than me, and then like moving plywood around on a job site, I'd pick up one sheet, and they're like, "Oh, what are you doing? You're supposed to carry at least two. Oh, you wimp, blah blah blah." And then, oh heck no, egos start boosting. Oh, I can carry more than two. I'd carry two or three, And me and the boss man, we had competitions like that. Hey, Raja, good morning or good evening. Y'all, Raja does some awesome lathe work. As a wood turning machine right there. I love watching him do his work. But yeah, we would have competitions, me and the boss man. It was funny too, because he was an older guy. He'd carry 2 sheets, I'd grab 2 sheets. He'd grab 3 sheets, I'd grab 3 sheets. He grabbed 4 sheets, I grabbed 4 sheets. He had the cut man helping him though, but I was stacking that stuff up, picking it up by myself. End of the night, cut man said he was eating 5 or 6 pills on the way home, and I'd laugh. It caught up to me too. It hurt the heck out of me, but I was young, I bounced back from it pretty quick then, but don't bounce back from that stuff now. I said, I guess it caught up to me overall. Young and dumb. But I laughed about him, but I turned into that guy eating a handful of pills because of my aches and pains. But then, like I said, I'm off of all the pharmaceuticals now. No pharmaceuticals for me except for my blood pressure. The blood pressure and the gabapentin. I can say that is the only pharmaceutical. I have to take that gabapentin. If I don't, my neck's just on fire 24/7. They want me to take it 3 times a day, but I don't like it. I only take it once. I take it at night before I go to bed. Tales of the beyond. Epoxy creations. Oh man, I had so many hustles when I was working. Yeah, you talk about the dumpsters. I would get all the scrap and stuff out of that junk. I wasn't no fool. I'd see them throwing that copper wire away or something. Because like I said, we would do a job site. You know, it wasn't all neighborhoods. You know, we would do neighborhood work. But then, you know, if they were building, say, the Dollar General down the corner, we might be that land, you know, that contractor that does that land work. So we'd have to get, you know, the property ready, get the parking lot ready. And once we got the parking lot and the foundation ready, or we had to start with the foundation for the building, and we'd get all that set and padded and beat down, you know, and they'd start building the building around us while we were doing the parking lot work, you know. So yeah, there would be scrap stuff being thrown away all the time. And man, I was a hustler. I needed that money, you know, so I would pick up all that scrap, stack it up in my truck, take it home, pile it up, clean it, sort it, and take it to the scrap yards, get good money. That was like 2 paychecks in one.
Grumpy spun the wood till it morphed out of shape. Lathe humming, hands moving, craft and fate. Epoxy drips, binds bugs in a sculptor's twist. Zen found in the fog, some aliens miss. Eyes bloodshot, medicated, soul kissed. Peace found among aliens.
The body just don't let me do that crap no more. Because yeah, I did plumbing work for a long time, so there was copper coming in off of that job that I would get for scrap. Then I would do, when I worked framing houses, you know, even doing it then, I was young and I would stack it up then. Because one of the guys that I run with, he was a mechanic, and that's what he did. He kept all his aluminum and stuff like that and would make scrap yard runs. And I seen how lucrative that could be. And it's like, well, daggum, I'm keeping everything I can find too. That was like doing the grading and paving. We did a military job, Eglin Air Force Base. And y'all have to look them up. I don't know if it's Air Force, what all Eglin is. They got Army Rangers, snot, and everything up there. But we were in the woods working, and that's where they go out there and have their training and war games or whatever you want to call it. They're shooting blanks and stuff, but you would walk around and get just off the road and start looking in the woods, and you'd see a pile of brass, you know, and it would just be spent shell casings and stuff. And wasn't supposed to pick that stuff up, but the way their law worked is as long as you got it off of that property, you was good, as long as it wasn't live ammo. You know, if it was live ammo, you dang sure get in trouble. But this was all spent blanks, and then if it wasn't shot, you could see the end of the shell was crimped and had like red or purple dye in the end of it. And, didn't have no lead or nothing in there. There was all kind of mess out there we would pick up. But yeah, I picked up a bunch of that stuff. I had a big lunchbox. I'd fill my lunchbox up with it every day and bring it home, and that stuff added up. 5-gallon bucket of brass at the scrapyard. That was a nice little check.
Bugs in a sculptor's twist. Zen found in the fog, some aliens missed. Eyes bloodshot, medicated, soul kissed.
We found all kind of stuff out on that job site. That's where I suffered my most severe freaking concussion too, was out there on that job site. Whew, that was the hardest I ever been hit in my head. Let's see, I'm looking for my light. I think I took them all inside last night. Where's it at? I got whopped in the friggin' head by a plate temp. Oh. This is about the only souvenir I still got from out there. It's like I said, it was military. Oh, we had to have military clearance. They had to give us little military badges and all that stuff, do us background checks. So, some of our crew couldn't go out there. Not all of them could pass that background. I barely passed the damn thing. But where's it at? This right here. Y'all see this? Let me see. I might have to switch cameras. Let me switch cameras. There we go. Right here. I got this out of the damn woods out there. 200 cartridge, 7.62 millimeter blank, M82 cartoons, M13s. This was their ammo boxes and stuff. And you could get, I don't even know if I got anything stored in this one. I can't even open it. Hold on, I have to sit y'all down. How's this thing open? I hadn't opened this thing in years. Oh, there we go. It's empty. Look. I'd get stuff like that out there, and let's see. There's the picture. We're working on get a better shot of it. We're getting there. Switch back. Hold on. Yeah, that's the last souvenir from that. But they had the big brass and then the metal clips, the chains. You see how they got the ammo and it's like a long belt of ammo? That's how they'd be shooting with these things. They had the little tripod gun, like a 50 caliber. It wasn't 50 caliber, but you know, they would set up with a tripod right there in a spot and just go they go shoot, and there'd be a big old pile of brass. It would be the spent shell and then the spent clip. And then we collected a bunch of it, you know, out there on the job site, you know, during break time or lunchtime or something. And we would just see a spot. It would be this one guy. We'd be like, we'll be there in a minute. We're loading the bucket up. But I put the clips and stuff back together. I had a belt of blanks that had done been shot, and then had the little chain things that hooked them together. I had put them all back together and put the blank back in it. I had a whole belt of those that was about 12 foot long. It was neat. I kept that for a long time, but then one of my last scrapyard runs, I cleared it all up and scrapped it. But no, that concussion I got out there, whew, that was Grumpy being grumpy and hard-headed, you know, the boss man, and some of the boss man's problem, you know, we didn't have a full crew. You know, we were spread out, and so, you know, somebody was doing something and somebody else was off in another area doing something, and I'd have to do this over here, and I needed that plate tamp off the trailer. And I don't know if anybody's ever messed with one or know what I'm talking about, but it's that big old plate that's got the motor that vibrates, and it's got the handle that'll go from side to side, and you can walk it back and forth either direction, and they're pretty damn heavy, and they got them big old rubber bushings on the handle so it don't vibrate the snot out of you. Well, I was taking one of those off the trailer, and done it a million times by myself. You know, I'd slide it to the edge of the trailer, get it right there at the edge, and just snatch it a little bit, and then come off level and just boom, you know, hit the ground level, no big deal. And I was doing that one morning, and let's see, let me get something y'all can maybe explain what I'm talking about. Like the yellow piece here is the plate tamp, and the metal's the handle. The handle would pivot back and forth, you know, for each direction that you were pushing it. And then you had rubber bushings at the bottom of each side of the plate right there that the handle would press against. And when I snatched that thing off the trailer and hit, it didn't hit flat. It bam like that and slammed like that. And when it hit like that, the handle was facing that way. And when it did like that, it shot it out of my hand that way. And the momentum, it bowed against that rubber like a rat trap and shot back. And when it shot back, it cracked me right across the top of my damn forehead. Split my wig. It was gruesome. Oh, that didn't knock me out, staggered me, but dazed the snot out of me. But yeah, I couldn't pass no drug test, and we were on a military job site, and there was a military employee contractor on top of the hill where he could have cell service that was supposed to be supervising us. and I had to take my shirt real quick. I always wore a t-shirt and a button-up shirt, and I took my button-up shirt off without getting the red all over it. Ripped shreds out, like Rambo shreds, out of my undershirt, and we folded up pieces of that, put it against my head, and kind of tied it real tight, you know, like a tourniquet on my head to stop the bleeding, and it started to come through. So we put another piece on top of that, tied it real tight, and it didn't come through no more. I'm like, all right, there we go. I ain't bleeding now, I'm good. Put the hard hat back on top of all that, barely tightened the hard hat because it had the little ratchet handle in the back, you know, and I climbed my happy ass up on that loader and said, I ain't getting off this loader. I ain't doing nothing but ride it. And I stayed at work all day. And that happened at like 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. And got home 6 o'clock in the evening, and my mom, she's worked medical all my life, and I had her look at it, and yeah, it was nasty still then, and I had to go to the ER. And by the time they got me in the back of the ER, it was 10:30 at night, and I still had a massive concussion. But yeah, that one, I got a scar on top of my head from that one. I think that's added to some of my confusion these days, because them concussions, they can come back and get you. And I've hit my head several times through life, but that was the worst. Oh yeah, it dazed the snot out of me. Like I said, it didn't knock me out, but it let's see how it happened. That thing, pow, it smacked me in the head, and immediately I threw my hand to my forehead and grabbed my forehead, because I was like, oh shit, that hurt, you know, it's gonna be bleeding. And I stepped backwards and, you know, kind of arched my body while I was leaning forward away from my clothes. I didn't want it to run down my face, is what I'm trying to say. I was kind of leaning out over my feet, and I moved my hand, and when I moved my hand, it was like somebody was just pouring a cup of water on my head, and it wasn't water pouring off. I was like, oh shit. And that's when I put my hand back, you know, and that's when I hollered for my buddy out there working. I was like, Chris. He seen it, he seen me stagger back, you know, and then move my hand, and he was already coming to help me. But yeah, we doctored it up real quick, because like I said, it's a military job site, and that incident right there would have shut the whole job down. That would have got my boss man run out of there, you know. So I was like, no sir, I had to walk that one off. You know, that would have affected everybody. I was a team player, you know. I suck it up, buttercup, and walk it off. Like I said, that Gen X generation, I always joke and say I've died a few times and walked it off. That could have been one of them. Woo. And then that's the cool thing about it, though, is my supervisor on the job, you know, he was the same way. He self-medicated. We all self-medicated up there most of the time. The only time we ever had an issue with that was when we had a new employee. We would have to fill them out to make sure they wasn't going to go run and tell the boss man that we was around the corner burning one before we started work. But that's just how we worked, you know. Oh, goodness, my back. I call him Peepaw. He passed away though. Rest his soul. He was a good man. He never got mad. That guy didn't. He got mad, but he didn't. If he raised his voice, you better step back and be doing what he said, because the man never got loud like that. He was a good guy. I was total opposite. I got mad. Lord, the whole world knew I was mad. That's when Ray Ray was born. Oh, I know y'all heard me say it, but Grumpy's on batshit crazy, and when I get good and aggravated, I say that's Ray Ray coming out to play, and then when I get my good sensitive moments, that's JoJo coming out. Ray Ray and JoJo keep me balanced. But yeah, I don't let Ray Ray play that much no more.
Aliens in the workshop messing around. Grumpy's carving skills are world renowned. Stress gets carved with every groove. Like
That's what I've worked hard at the past 10 or so years is burying Ray Ray. Try to put him in his cage. Somebody messes with the family or something, Ray Ray's gonna dang sure come out. I joke and I say I joke with my wife. I tell her, so you just let me know when I need to come off my leash. And then I tell her, I say that you need to watch out because there's gonna be some of these times you're not gonna be able to control my leash and I'm gonna break that leash. I don't like nobody messing with my family. I always joke and say I could rock that orange. I ain't gonna be missing much. I feel like I'm on house arrest all the time anyway because I don't never go nowhere. So what's a little bit of house arrest and probation? That'd be a cakewalk, right? It just costs me a little bit of money. I might be able to get the fees reduced because I'm on disability. You know, there's no telling.
we carve away our worries light. Wood and smoke in tranquil night.
Hey, Kat. Good morning. Thank you.
Dreams in flight. Grumpy's carving feels just right. The wood spirits sing their song in this world where you belong. Odds and ends, they can't go wrong. Smile wide as we go along. Let the smoke rise, let cares drift by. Let the wood show you the sky. Carve your troubles, let them fly.
Yeah, I've got my epoxy inside. I took it inside yesterday so it could warm up. Thank you, Dan. Because it was cold out here. The last time I mixed it up, it wasn't this cold. It was just cooler. And it took that epoxy forever to get up to temperature. I tried to get it over 100 degrees. I try to do like what Jake Blank does. Jake Thompson in the Saturday morning cartoon show. He does a lot of blanks. He uses a different epoxy, but he gets his up to a certain temperature before he pours the colors. That way the colors don't bleed together. They'll stay more separated, so you get more swirl and, you know, more crazy effects with it. But I got like a 40-minute working time with the epoxy, and last time I did it, snot. If you would have went by the timer, it would have really bled together. Because I think it took about 30 minutes just for it to get up to about 90 degrees. So I was doing a lot of mixing because I kept stirring it so it wouldn't settle or clump up with the color. But I got that pigment pack yesterday from Let's Resin. I ordered that off of Amazon. It's 60 different mica colors that they have. And so I have a ton of colors to play with now. I got to get on there and there's a mold release that this other guy uses that I watch. I think Jake Thompson uses the same stuff, but it's called Stoner mold release. And it's funny that his name's Stoner. But I gotta get some of that, and it'll make my molds a lot easier. I'm just using balled up paper towel and a tub of Vaseline right now, and I'll run that back and forth through my tubes that I use for my blanks. I'll wrap them up around a wooden dowel with cardstock and make them that way. And then I've tried using some PVC pipe and making a little insert to hold my wood and all. I got a little plug and everything I've made to hold everything the way I do it, and then I can do it with a PVC pipe, but I have to fill the mold from the top, you know, a little diameter like that, pour my colors in there and swirl them around to try to get my effect, which makes it a little bit harder versus the pin molds. Like if you had the long mold like that and you're pouring, you have that back and forth that you get to play with and do all kind of stuff with the colors that way. I prefer doing the round molds because it's less waste. And again, I'm frugal. I have to save as much epoxy as I can. And if I poured my mold, let's see, let me show you what I mean by waste. When you're doing your lathe work, if you pour a rectangle blank like a standard pin blank, it's going to have this shape to it, right? And you got to put it centered, put it on your lathe, and then get it round. Okay, well look, by the time you get it round enough to where you can use it and then you don't have any flat spots, look at all that epoxy that you're going to be losing. You know, all that outside of that round right there is going to be trash. You know, you're knocking all that off, throwing that in the garbage. That's going straight up your dust collector. You put all that together, that's another clip right there. You take that corner, and put them together, and you can make another clip out of that. You know, so by pouring them round versus rectangle, you're getting 2 out of 1 with your epoxy. So you're saving right there. That's why I do them round. But I don't mind turning the, you know, square stuff, but I don't want to pour it square if I don't have to. Like here's a blank that Miss Francis sent me to play with that she poured, you know, and then you see the size of that and you see how I'm knocking it round there. So I'll have a small, you know, that won't even be big enough to be, you know, it'll be smaller. Shapes emerge, magical. Yeah, it's just that's what I do. I just try to save as much as I can. And she said something about sending the she made a mold not long ago, a rectangle pin blank mold like that. And she says it's giving her a bunch of micro bubbles in the blanks. And she's gonna send me a couple of the blanks. I want to see them. I think I can turn the bubbles out. You know, and if I can't turn them out of the ones that she's poured, I think if I poured the other ones and put them in my pressure pot, I think I can get them to where they don't have any bubbles in there. So I'm gonna check that out. But I like the idea of the rectangle pours. Like I said, you can do a lot more with those. You know, you can add different inserts of wood, you know, stabilize some different pieces of wood and add in there with your epoxy and stuff. You can do all kind of stuff to it. All right, Kat, have a good day. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. It's just, I'm gonna stick with my round pours too, because the way I've set up to do those, I do like 3 pours at a time, and I'll mix up just enough epoxy for the 3 blanks. it got hot. You know, see how it burned and got wide real quick. I sat there for a minute. Didn't move quick enough when I put the tip down. And the thing about it, you got to try to be fluid and be moving already before you even touch the board. That'll keep you from getting all these little burn blobs and stuff everywhere. So y'all see me sometimes, you see my hand kind of trace it out before I get going. I'm kind of like convincing it what to do. Man, you can't sit still, that's for sure. You sit still, it's gonna burn.
Smoke trails between fingers so sure. Grumpy's breathing deep, feeling the cure. Wood becomes art on a whim that's pure. Crafted stories scroll through the door. Sunsets casting long soft beams. Carving thoughts tangled in dreams. Shavings fall silent as it seems. Grumpy smiles, heart in streams. Let's make this a wood burning song. With every cut, emotion strong. Sparks flying as day moves along. In Grumpy's world, nothing's ever wrong.
Yeah. That's like I said, even when I draw, you know, I never just put my pencil down and just do a nice line or something like that, you know, unless I'm just doing a bunch of squiggly lines somewhere. That's the only time. You know, if I'm trying to draw anything out, I sketch, and that's just always been my style of drawing. You know, I scribble it out and then clean that up, erase around that, scribble some more, clean it up. And that's my process. Like, even if I'm gonna wood burn my own image, I'll draw it out on that paper first and get it right, then I'll transfer it over.
Epoxy river running, lighter cases on the creek. Roach clips in the glow, Grumpy's work unique. Carving late nights, therapy on repeat. Alien vibes hit wild, art'll never retreat. Grumpy's batshit crazy, meds in a haze. Roll type medication, floating outer space. Glows in the dark, magic lit through the maze. Hit that like, subscribe, ride the creative blaze.
This is finally the right playlist. This is the one that's got almost a couple hundred songs. I gotta take the other one off.
Roach clip got that spice. Glow bright like UFOs at a midnight sight. Craft wild carvings, man, they take flight. In a zone, no phone, just resin delight. Therapy ain't a couch, it's chisels and light. Grumpy's batshit crazy, meds in a haze. Roll type medication, floating outer space. Glows in the dark.
I can. That's been spinning in the back of my brain, because with the Suno and paying for the subscription and whatnot, that's one thing I clarified with them whenever I was doing my emailing back and forth. I got every bit of the rights to the music to where, yeah, I could do that. It's just I have to figure out what I'm doing, you know, and again, that's just something else that I have to focus on, you know, and keep my brain going on. I get overwhelmed doing the YouTube stuff, you know, and trying to get everything going. I gotta get my routine going again. And I haven't been able to set a good steady routine for myself, like giving myself dedicated time, like coming here and I squirrel out a lot. You know, I'll come in here and say, okay, I'm gonna edit, and I'll turn my computer on and get ready to edit, and then I'll start getting pop-ups or notifications. So y'all are going live, somebody's popped a post up or somebody dropped video, and squirrel, I gotta see what that is. You know, and then that's the same thing too when I'm trying to do something. I need some ADHD medication to keep me focused, but I do not like the way that medication works with me when I'm focused. And I like to focus from it, but no sir, I do not like I don't like the feel off of that medication.
get wild, art'll never retreat. Grumpy's batshit crazy, meds in a haze, roll tight medication, floating right of space. Glows in the dark, magic lit through the maze. Hit that like, subscribe, ride the creative blaze. Sharp blade cutting, pouring epoxy to life. Each stroke sculpt chaos, channel the strife. Aliens whisper notes, transmit them precise. Out of this world, roach clip, got that spice. Glow bright like UFOs at a midnight sight.
Find some strands of the medical that help, but most of the ones that help like that add to my anxiety, so I have to balance it out right.
Pour the truth in molds, let the resin reveal. Art deep as the void, carving wounds that heal. Fingerprints and wood grain, Grumpy's real deal. Aliens just nodded, man, this mad appeal. Grumpy's batshit crazy, meds in a haze, roll tight medication, floating out of space. Glows in the dark, magic lit through the maze. Hit that like, subscribe, ride the creative blaze. Grumpy's batshit crazy, meds in a haze, roll tight medication, floating out of space. Glows in the dark, magic lit through the maze.
I've thought about that with the music. There's a lot of channels out there that's just the daggum AI music. And they'll take some more AI and generate a background, and it'll have a little bit of motion to it, but it's almost a stagnant background, you know, with just like water rippling and maybe little bugs flying or something like that around. Yeah, 13th. This would be Saturday, Sunday. I think it's next Saturday. But I've seen a lot of YouTube channels starting off like that. Just that's all they do. It's just they're playing the music with that wannabe kind of video in the background. But it's mainly just to play the tracks that they make. And they do pretty good. It's like, wow. Yeah. My buddy, when he first heard it, the first song I made and sent to him, it almost sounded like me a little bit. He's like, "Is that you?" I said, "It's me, but it ain't me." I started laughing. I like the music. Like I said, I'll sit out here and daggone. Yeah, that's the thing, is I start trying to make the songs. That's part of the squirrel. Yeah, I start making my songs for the videos, and the way that Suno works is you feed in your prompts and stuff for your song, and then it'll generate you 2 sets of lyrics. You know, then you got to go through, read your lyrics out and everything, make sure everything's making sense or says what you want it to say, and then before you create it, you can say, okay, yeah, I want to use this option. And it throws it over up on deck to be created, and then when it's right there, you can go through and edit it, you know, change the words around that it's drawn up, because the way Suno works is you can put your own lyrics in there, you can have it totally create lyrics whatever it wants to create, and you can feed a prompt to kind of direct the direction it's going to go with the songs that it creates. And yeah, there's all kind of ways to play with it, but when it pops it up on deck and you have that one song that's ready, once you've edited and got it the way you want it, when you hit create, it makes 2 songs. I mean, they're complete, they're done, it's it. And so you get to listen to those 2 songs, you know, to see which one you like the most, because it'll be both the same set of lyrics. It's just they'll instrumentals and stuff like that will be done, you know, the rhythm's done a little different, the pace of it's done, and they can sound completely different too, the way they do them, but it'll still be the same lyric, just tempo and everything changes. And so you get to pick out which one you like, and if you don't like them, then you still have your prompt up, or the lyric up, and then you can create it again. It burns your credits up. Now once you click use, because you can make all the songs And then once you hit create that song from that set of lyrics, it's gonna burn up, I think it's 5 of your credits, but it spits out 2 songs. You know, and then you go through from the, hold on, y'all.
Grumpy's hands, they shape the flow.
I let the pups out.
Wood and time moves slow. Chronic pain, it
And my
starts to
mom's
fade.
calling.
Healing in these grooves we've made.
Hello. Let me mute y'all real quick.
Roach clips shining, made with care. Each one glowing, nestled there. Community, we stand as one. Underneath the carving sun. Carve away the heavy night. Medication rolled up tight. Find the rhythm, let it show. Creating sparks that
Hold on a
brightly
minute.
glow.
I'll be right back. I gotta let the dogs real quick. Stalled, but I'm here.
Stay out of my head, they say, but in the chips I find my way. Wood speaks louder than the pain, and carves a path that's joy ordained. Laid back, digging through the grain, smoothing edges keeps me sane. Healing isn't found in gold, but in the art my hands can hold. Carve away the heavy night, medication rolled up tight. Find the rhythm, let it show, creating sparks that brightly glow. Grumpy's hands, they shape the flow. Knives kiss wood and time moves slow. Chronic pain, it starts to fade. Healing in these grooves we've made. Roach clips shining, made with care. Each one glowing, nestled there. Community, we stand as one. Underneath the carving sun. Carve away the heavy night. Medication rolled up tight. Find the rhythm, let it show. Creating sparks that brightly glow. Stay out of my head, they say, but in the chips I find my way. Wood speaks louder than the pain, and carves a path that's joy ordained. Laid back, digging through the grain. Smoothing edges keeps me sane. Healing isn't found in gold, but in the art my hands can hold. Carve away the heavy night. Medication rolled up tight. Find the rhythm, let it show. Creating sparks that brightly glow.
Grumpy's in a cedar wonderland, shavings flying like a magic band. Lay's alive and spinning fast, turning moments that are built to last. Cedar in each hand, oh what a day. The scent of the wood takes stress away. Dust is dancing under workshop lights, crafting joy in the quiet night. Life is feeling so grand out here. With every spin the world feels clear. The smell of cedar fills the air. Grumpy's kingdom beyond compare. Wood chips fall like a gentle rain, each piece secure for the ache and strain. Fingers trace the grain so fine, in every groove a story divine. Cedar in each hand, oh what a day. The scent of the wood takes stress away. Dust is dancing under workshop lights, crafting joy in the quiet night. Laid fired up and the dust is flying. Every turn feels like dreams are trying. Stress and pain melt far from sight. Cedar wonderland feels just right. Cedar in each hand, oh what a day. The scent of the wood takes stress away. Dust is dancing under workshop lights, crafting joy in the quiet night. Grumpy on the lathe, making sparks ignite. Cedar dust clouds, moon gives the only light. Therapy in the grain, hands shape it just right. Medication roll tight as a fist for the fight. Stress face drifting in the cedar mist. Chronic pain ain't got nothing on this twist. Lighter in hand, flames kissing the night. Cedar roach clips, we're taking back alright. On the floor, they dance to the spin. Each clip a remedy where the healing begin. Grumpy humming low, his rhythm a groove. Lay singing songs that knows how to soothe. Stress face drifting in the cedar mist. Chronic pain ain't got nothing on this twist. Lighter in hand, flames kissing the night. Cedar roach clips, we're taking back alright. Wood grain stories ancient as a tree. Smoke whispers tales carried on the breeze. Every carve, every cut, a piece of the soul. Grumpy's craft turns broken into whole. Night stretches long, stars wink through the haze. Cedars embrace, turning dark into days. Healing in the hands, therapy in the air. Lay spins eternal, cause Grumpy truly care.
Ooh, I'm sorry. If y'all are still there, please bear with me a few more minutes. I had my mom on the phone for a minute, and then I'm doing the dogs routine. I just let them out, now I'm feeding them, and then I'll be right back. Thank you for hanging out with me. If you're still there, I do greatly appreciate it.
Grumpy's got the cedar jam spinning like a top. Roach clips shining so clean they never wanna stop. Workshops wild and messy, stress don't belong. We're flipping this chaos into a cedar spinning song. Grumpy's crazy, Grumpy's fun, building dreams till the day is done. Laugh it up, the mess will stay. Spinning cedar keeps the stress away. Wood chips flying, sawdust in the air. Grumpy's in his zone like he just don't care. Cedar's got the groove, it's spinning real fine. Turn that chaos into art every single time. Grumpy's crazy, Grumpy's fun, building dreams till the day is done. Laugh it up, the mess will stay. Spinning cedar keeps the stress away. Hit the like, smash the sub, let the sawdust rain. Grumpy's got a rhythm running through his brain. Cedar roach clips spin and keep the world on track. This is Grumpy's jam and there's no turning back. Grumpy's crazy, Grumpy's fun, building dreams till the day is done. Laugh it up, the mess will stay. Spinning cedar keeps the stress away. Grumpy's hands are rough with pride, spinning cedar where dreams collide. Wood chips flying in the air, crafting beauty without a care. Roach clips glimmer in the light, shaped with patience, pure delight. The scent of cedar fills the room, banishing shadows, chasing gloom. The stress and pain, they fade away when the lay begins to play, turning time with every spin, peaceful moments deep within. The hum of tools, a soothing sound. In this shop, joy is found. Sawdust dances, golden haze, echoes of simpler, quieter days. Like and subscribe, enjoy the view. Every spin brings something new. In this space where art is born, cedar whispers, hearts are warm. Stress and pain, they fade away when the lay begins to play, turning time with every spin, peaceful moments deep within. Lay spin smooth, cedar dust in the air. Roach clips crafted with that artisan flair. Grumpy schooling aliens, tools in the light. Workshops glowing, sparking minds so bright. Stress fades away, clouds in the night. Medication rolled, cedar feels so right. Colors pop vivid, calm in the sight. Dust therapy, your life takes flight. Stress fades away, clouds in the night. Medication rolled, cedar feels so right. Colors pop vivid, calm in the sight. Dust therapy, your life takes flight. Wood shavings fall like whispers in the breeze. Hands steady working, got the flow with ease. Aliens nodding, learning.
Okay. I hope I still have somebody out there. If y'all left, I don't blame you. I would leave too. Alright, put my jacket back on, y'all. It's chilly out here. My dogs is funny. It was raining this one, so the big one, she didn't want to go out in the rain. But she ain't got no choice. She's got to go out in the rain. Let's see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, where did this go? Oh, come on. I'm back, y'all, but I got earbud malfunction.
Welcome back. How can I assist you today?
Oh no, you can leave me alone. I don't know how I set off the Gemini. Alright. This sucks. Where'd that damn number go? Right here on me in my jacket somewhere a bit. There it is. Ooh.
Grumpy's in his cedar wonderland. Wood chips flying like
Alright,
a
you know.
magic band. Lathe is humming with a steady.
Hey, we got the earbud working here again. Alright, thank you, thank you. Back to my... There we go. Alright, I'm here too now. Yeah, it was funny. birthday, of course, so my mom's gonna call me, wish me happy birthday and all that stuff, and try to talk to me for a bunch. But I told her, so, oh, I'm in the middle of a live, and then at the same time, my dogs slept in. Rainy morning, they didn't want to get up, but they slept in, so I had to deal with them at the same time. Excuse me. I didn't normally, I shut my live off by now, but I'm gonna run for a minute. Coffee. Not my pecan coffee no more. That was funny too. That was my mom. She was saying, what's that pecan coffee taste like? She was just talking. That's gone, Mom. I done drank all that. I love that pecan. It's the Drowsy Poet, their Southern Pecan. I don't know if you can look online and order that, but if y'all like any kind of flavored coffees, that's a good one. That's just a brand that the schools tie up to with their fundraisers and all. I said it was that fundraiser coffee. But now I drink just regular Folgers. I say regular, I bounce between the silk and the classic roast and all, but Folgers is what the wife buys me. I'll drink any kind of coffee. I'm not picky, but I guess I got my favorites. It's the Drowsy Poet is the brand or the company, and I think it's their Southern Pecan, and they sold it. I think they sold it in the beans where you could grind it up yourself, but I bought the bag that was pre-ground for the Keurig cups. So it don't last long. It's a small bag, and it's expensive through the fundraisers, but that's the school thing, you know. The school's got to make their money. They got to make their money, so. Hey, Robert. Good morning, buddy. Thank you. I think if you go through, if they have a direct link, it's probably a lot cheaper. But again, it's the fundraiser, you know, they all got to make that money off of it. Let's see, what are we doing now? I think it's time to try one of these nano shots. It's pretty good. I like it. I mean, it's one of my favorites. You know, it's like every time we get the fundraiser, they say, "What do you want?" I said, "Well, that's a no-brainer. If they got that coffee, you know, I want that coffee." Yeah, so yeah, that's my favorite out of it for sure. And this is wild berry. 15 of those hippie calories.
Grumpy laid back, carving PCCs, roach clips and more, living fantasies, therapeutic dreams flow with ease, crafting cool creations.
That's what it says. This is the nano singles wild berry, 15 milligrams of the hippie calories. So we have to give that a shot. I want to get some of their RSO tinctures and try them out, but they're oil based. And I feel I'd just be wasting my money on the oil base. This is that nanotechnology. If it's like the other nanotechnology stuff, they blast them out, the molecules down somehow, so the absorption rate's a lot better. And it's, the nanotechnology is what they do when they go water-based with everything. And the water-based and sublingual stuff seems to work a little bit better on me. But yeah, here we go, I guess. Bottoms up. That had a little bite to it. I say you can mix it in with stuff, but I don't know how wild berry coffee would taste. I think I lost most of everybody, Robert. I had a few people in here earlier, but I had a phone call and had to let my dogs out and feed them and all. And so I was gone for a minute. But I've been going since it's not 5:30. Hey, Natalie, good morning. Hey, thank you. Hey, Natalie, you missed it. I just had my one of my breakfast goodies, or my birthday goodies. It was, I've never tried one of these before. It's a nano single. There's 15 of them hippie calories in it, as they say. But we'll have to see how that goes. It's just a little shot. You can mix it with a beverage or whatever. I just took it straight. Yeah, I don't think I'm going nowhere today, so. It had a bite to it, but like I said, I just took it, so I mean, what just made a noise? Happy birthday today. My calendar just told me it was my birthday. That's the first. But water-based, so I'm thinking that'll work better on my system. Like I said, I don't process oil and stuff too good. Like I have a tube of that RSO, but I have to, I'll take and get the little glob of that and I'll put it in my mouth and I'll suck on it like a little lozenge or something until it's gone. And I feel it a little bit that way, but other than that, most edibles I don't process it. Woo, see, that would be nice right there. There you go, straight. But see, big boy stuff down here's got to be homemade. They try to regulate us too bad in the dispensaries, because it's the way they make their money. If they regulate us to not be able to get those high amounts, then we have to buy more of that lower stuff from them, which the state gets more money off of it. They've tried to limit our percentage number. Most good strains, flower-wise, is gonna run low 20s to mid 20s. You 20%, 25% on the calorie number. But then they wanted to knock us down to a 10% maximum. They were trying to get the facilities to grow it to where it was only 10%. And it's like, that's crap. You're just hurting people, especially people that have to use it through combustion. You got something that's normally 20 to 30% through combustion, a couple of tokes, and you're right. You're medicated, but you got something that's only 10%, and that couple of tokes just turned into the whole damn cigarette or whatever, so yeah. That's more harmful for your body in the long run and more lucrative for their pockets. So shows you how it's that money game. But yeah, that's where Florida's behind the ball. The numbers, and they try to keep everything in-house. You know, the companies in California that's got an overstock, or the companies in Oregon that's got an overstock that could sell their product to the other states, you know, they don't let them happen. It has to be produced in state. No, with low number like that, that's what I'm saying. That's just more detrimental to that patient's health, you know, because they have to combust more or whatever, you know. So that's not. That's the only downside to it, you know. It's smoke. It's going in your lungs, and you know that it don't take a rocket scientist to know that, you know, that ain't normal, you know. So I guess if you were using one of the desktop vaporizers or whatnot, you'd get the most of the benefits that way, but it's still gonna be more. See, I don't even do that anymore, Robert. Once I got away from the pain pills and stuff in general, I don't like taking anything, aspirins, any of that. I was taking a small pharmaceutical anti-inflammatory for a little while, but it was starting to mess with my gut and my liver or whatever. I don't know. Doctor told me, he says, well, if you're doing this and this, you think you can stop that? I said, for sure. If it's hurting me, it's done. I'm stopped. You know, so yeah, I quit taking those.
Grumpy in the lab, black swirls with the yellow. Epoxy mess spinning, hand steady, no mellow. Roach clips my tools, chemist on the grind. Aliens creeping, secrets they won't unwind. Dust therapy,
Not yet. I know who you talking about, old pot daddy. I like that lawyer. I've always joked. We got a courthouse that's, I mean, I can jump the fence. I say I can jump. I can't jump a fence no more. But just over my fence, if you're standing in my backyard and you step over my property line, you're standing on the courthouse's property. And when they did that courthouse, they rezoned the neighborhood to commercial residential. And it's not the whole neighborhood. It's just 4 houses on one side of the road and 4 houses on the other end of the road. They can be commercial. So it's like I could sell my property to a lawyer and they could put one of the little satellite lawyer offices right here and be right there by the courthouse and stuff. And I've always joked that I need to get up with Morgan and Morgan.
dust therapy, rolling heads, tight, no lie. Maiden pain, sparks lit, let the cosmos fly.
It's crazy because our lot is, I guess, as is the way it sits with old roof and whatnot like that. We're just at 200,000, I think. And then you go down to the other end of the road. It's right there on the main highway, and it's not even a daggum quarter mile down. I mean, I can look at the end of the street and see the property, but that property is worth just over $2 million right now because it's a commercial residential. So somebody could put the house caught fire and they had to level the house that was on there, but it's right on the corner of the subdivision road and the highway road. And so it's like prime realty for a business or fast food or something to go up on. And so that property is so damn expensive.
Metallic taste on the tongue, sharp as a shard. Eyes like satellites orbiting the yard. Static in the veins, transmission garbled.
But yeah, we dream that, you know, somebody will want to buy us right here to put a lawyer office up. They're gonna want to get it for peanuts, but at that point though, with what can be done and the way it's zoned, we know it's worth more than what, because right now the market price is residential, you know, because the home and whatnot. But commercial wise, if it went commercial, it's worth way more. And then the size of the property and right where we're at, like I said, it's prime location for a lawyer to put an office up right here. They could level the house, put a building a little bit further back on the property and give them parking room out front. or move the building closer to the road and give them parking room out back. Take the fence down, and they have a nature walk going straight to the courthouse. You know, they wouldn't even have to drive to the courthouse except for when it was raining or cold. It's that close. Oh, all right. Let's see. All right, Dan. Thank you for hanging out this morning, buddy. Have a good day. I wasn't paying attention to the chat. You're probably going, but be safe. Thank you for hanging out.
Sparks ignite, lace spin steady, cutting dreams in the night. Epoxy drips slow like a teardrop falling. Roach clips crafted, pain medication calling. Roll up therapy sessions in progression like subscribe. Cosmic confession, aliens fly by, curious, no aggression. We tell them the deal, yo, subscription's free, no question. Pain in the resin, trapped like a fossil. Spinning these tools, therapy colossal. Aliens peeking, they hover and linger. Pointing at Earth, but we flip them the finger. Strong, rolled up therapy sessions in progression like subscribe. Cosmic confession, aliens fly by, curious, no aggression. We tell them the deal, yo, subscription's free, no question.
Back. My back and my neck. If it ain't one, it'd be the other. Oh, I got 2 different tattoos I would like to get before I die. I want to get the Snow White 7 Dwarfs Grumpy for sure. I want to get that done. And then I want to get the Kellogg's Rice Krispie guys, the Snack Crackle Pop. I want to get them tattooed. Hey, Rubberneck. Good morning. Thank you.
Yellow spins with black, a galactic collision. Cosmic swirl dreams, no muddy decisions. Aliens zip past, zoom in on their own lane. Spaceships flex chrome.
I gotta open my door back up, turn my fan back on. Wait, good burn. You gotta get this smoke out of here. Because I don't like this smoke on that plywood. Ain't none of it good, but that daggone stuff with glue and stuff in there dang sure ain't good, right? All right. Let's see what else we got to get into, y'all. I love how it tells you how to medicate on here. It says, okay, suggested use 3 to 5 of them hippie calories is a 3-second inhale as needed per your physician's recommendation. Oh, gotta love it. So I just was insurance would pay for it, right? Hey, monkeys, good morning. How are you doing? Oh, I thought I done changed that. Oh, there we go. Boom. There we go. We got it changed now. What we got? What do we got? There's a supersonic. And that is supposed to be indica, they say. The cannabinoids don't really push the indica, but that's more of a hybrid, I say. High society. What is they calling this one? High society, so they're calling that an indica. So let me see. I don't want those just yet. What we got? Strunts. Strunts. Okay, yeah, this is what we want. I think this is the sativa hybrid. I hadn't opened this one yet either.
Medication rolled tight, sparking the roots. Chronic pain, a ghost fades in the booth. Creating our escape, these forms be proof.
Yeah, I need to buy me a pre-roll link instead of buy me a coffee.
Roach clips glowing, fingertips control. Therapy the mission, fire feeds the soul.
Smells good.
Ink in the wood grain, carving out whole. Lost in creation, feeling fully whole. Epoxy drips clean, locks the vibe in time. Therapy eternal,
I don't think YouTube would like that too much though.
Buzzed up the climb. Aliens tracking thoughts, feeling so divine.
And I can't help it, old habits die hard. Even though I get it from the shop and everything, I still weigh it like it done come off the street or something to make sure I ain't getting hustled. I can't help it. Yeah, I'll be the first to tell them, say, hey, you shorted me a little bit on that last one. They're not going to do nothing about it. The managers might give you a little bit of a discount or something on one, but they can't. It's not like they can just give you more.
Therapeutic fiction set the world ablaze. Creation keeps healing, we move through the maze.
I'm fixing to jump on the Amazon real quick and track the collector, see if it says out for delivery today. As late as it is, if it's not out for delivery, it's not coming today.
Anxiety dissolves, sawdust in the air. Lathe hums a hymn like it don't have a care. Tools talk to him, whispers in the grain. Creation's the cure, washes out the strain. Like and subscribe, come and catch the vibe. Grumpy's workshop, where the cosmos collide. Aliens watching, they peep through the sky. Crafting universes with a gleam in his eye. Like time, bonding worlds.
I have to use those little cardboard paper insert tips too when I roll them anymore these days, because my hand, I'll crush it down on the ends too tight. I make my little tip. I use the paper to make my own little pre-roll tips to get them the thickness I want, but I use that to gauge for the thickness of the rest of it and don't wrap it no tighter. Heck, I think rolling is an art in itself too. There's a lot of people that can't do that. Smoked all their lives and can't put one in paper.
Like and subscribe, come and catch
That's one thing, even with my neuropathy, I've always been able to. Now, before these tips, they were starting to get a little rough. But, all right, Natalie, thank you for stopping by. Hey, thank you for the birthday wishes. Have fun with them grandkids. Eat some of that casserole for me, because Lord knows I already got the munchies, but I'm trying not to put no food in my belly. I want to see how that nano tincture thing works. I just cut myself with my own thumbnail. It's crazy. Zebra wood there, that's gonna look cool. Make sure you let that wood set, or that glue set good and long to cure completely. And I've always laughed about wood glue, thinking it was weak as all get out of, but man, I've learned that you let it cure good, that stuff is pretty strong. I did, y'all. I cut myself with my thumb. I was doing something and rubbed my hands across that real fast and straight sliced my finger. And I ain't got no daggum nails.
Grumpy's in the shop today. Tools clatter where shadows stay. Crab apple wood gets its say. Made in pain, that's how we play. Turning scraps to gold each day.
Hey, Mr. Johnny. Yes, sir. It's my birthday today. It's all of a happy 49. As happy as it can be. Yeah, today is the day. I said December's a busy month. It starts in October. My daughter's birthday's in October. My wife's birthday's November. Then my son's is on the 5th. William from the Shops was yesterday. And then mine's today. A buddy of mine, his dad's was on the 5th. December just a good year, a good month. Oh, sorry, y'all. This one's a little choky. Some of these terpenes will take my breath away more than others. Litmus, $13 menu. Multiple products starting at $13. And Planet 13, they got some good deals on their stuff. It surprises me. I like it. Trying to look up the flower that I've got right now. I want to see what the terpenes were for it again.
Grumpy's got a shop, hand steady as fate.
Spritzer,
Epoxy
no
flowing deep,
spritz.
creations ornate. Lighter cases sharp, roach clips out of sight. Glow brighter in the dark than a meteorite. Therapy and carving steady hands, no slack. Each cut a reflection of dreams fighting back. Grumpy's batshit crazy, yet the vibes polite. Medication rolled tighter than
I started slacking. I used to take and get everything I got. I would get the printout on there. It would show you every bit of the cannabinoids each strand had and what the percentages of each one was. That way I could figure out which ones worked better for me. And I quit logging it like that as much. And then this place here, I'm new to a lot of their flowers. Like I said, they weren't real close to me. I was using the other company just because of the convenience of location and whatnot. So now I have to go through and here it is, front number 1. I got to go through and see what's better for me out of their lineup. That's what I'm trying to get to.
hands, not pure delight. Watch epoxy spill dreams under fluorescent lights.
Because it is all in the terpenes, ladies and gentlemen. When you say flower, is it flower or flower? It's flower. I don't know how you want me to say that one. But yeah, it's bud, you know, is what we've always called it. But I guess the new political correct term for it these days is flower. But yeah, I mean bud.
Vibes intergalactic, creations take flight. Like and subscribe, let the algorithms ignite. Epoxy spills like rivers on a moonlit night. Shapes emerge sharp, souls taking their bite.
Well, then I guess the YouTube friendly is broccoli. That's that Stoner Gump. Daniel Gozzards is his name, I think. He's got a YouTube channel and a Facebook thing. And every time he talks about it, he calls it hippie calories when he's talking about the strength of it. All right, Monkey, have a good time. Have a good day. Thank you for coming by. But yeah, he calls it broccoli and hippie calories. But he's got a cookbook. He does a lot of edibles and makes his own recipes and stuff like that. He's pretty funny. I like watching his channel too.
What's Grumpy doing tonight? Sparking up trouble under the light.
Alright, got the door open and smoked out a little bit, so get back to bed.
Electricity. A crazy sight. Crackle, pop, burn, watch it go. The Lichtenberg burn puts on quite the show. Zap, zap, snap, a warning to know. Please safety first, don't follow his flow. Crackle, pop, burn, watch it go. The Lichtenberg burn puts on quite the show. Zap, zap, snap, a warning to know. Please safety first, don't follow his flow. He's got wires tangled like a madman's plan. Lightning in his hands, no safety span. Don't do.
That's it, man. That Lichtenberg burning, y'all see me doing that stuff? Man, that stuff is super freaking cool, but y'all, if y'all do it, please do your homework and do all the safety steps that you can possibly do, because that stuff is dangerous and you don't get a second chance with that. You have one boo-boo doing that Lichtenberg burning, that's going to be the only boo-boo you get.
The patterns it leaves, like trees in the sky. Beautiful but deadly. Don't even try.
That will give you a truly out-of-body experience permanently.
To ask why. Grumpy's a fool. No need to ask why. Crackle, pop, burn, watch it go. The Lichtenberg burn puts on quite the show. Zap, zap, snap, a warning to know. Please safety first, don't follow his flow. Crackle, pop, burn, watch it go. The Lichtenberg burn puts on quite the show. Zap, zap, snap, a warning to know. Please safety first, don't follow his flow.
Yes, sir. That Lichtenberg burn, that's straight up like the electric chair. That's basically all you're doing is running through a bunch of transformers with a little bit of electricity, and it takes that little bit and bumps it way up. I mean, way up. Like I said, that grabs hold of you, your muscles are contracting instantly. You're not fixing to let go of anything that you have a hold of. You're not fixing to be able to hit no power switches or nothing to turn anything off, you know, so. That's super dangerous.
Dust in the air, therapy's understood. Wood and smoke, life in a tangled dance. Carving through pain, giving grain a second chance. Medicating moments.
I don't want to scare nobody, but I can't stress how dangerous that is.
In creation, wood spirits play the host. Hands trace the lines. Stories
Smack crackle me out. It'd be more like a rat, and that's it. I don't even think you're gonna be able to make no noise.
an age-old tale in the dust and smoke. Find a soul to hail. Wood and smoke, life in a tangled dance. Carving through pain, giving grain a second chance. Medicating moments, sharing time with ghosts. Peace in creation, wood spirits play the host. Tyrant whispers in the brain, marking time's tender grip. Lathe and Dremel sing, mellows out life's trip. Just like golden sunlight, sparkles in the air. Crafting peace in faces, finding
And that little unit I got, that's a baby unit too, and it ramps up that amperage, and that's the scary part about it.
who cares the
And then the most that most people use are those microwaves, and those things you got the difference between the 750, I think it's what, 750 watt. Hey, good morning, Suzanne. You got 750 watt transformers in there or capacitors, and then you got the 1250s or something like that. So, and then either one of those, like I said, one and done.
peace in creation. Wood spirits play the host. Hands trace the lines. Stories in each slice.
They have them. Look them up. There's traps like that.
Each twist, each turn. An age-old tale in the dust and the smoke. Find the soul.
They have them out there, and then anybody that knows how to play with capacitors and stuff like that, they could rig their own up. But that's just it. I don't play with the electricity to that point. I don't understand it. I understand. Oh, thank you for the birthday wish. I understand it to a degree of how it kind of works, but not enough to play with it. You know, it's like my father-in-law. He'll come over here, and it's like, I need to put this light switch in, and he's like, oh, this one here, and he's on. I said, the power ain't off, and he don't care. He'll wire a new light switch in there with the electricity still on. I'm like, no sir, not me. Oh, it's just a little 110. It's just gonna tingle. I said, no sir, not me. I go flip the breaker off in the garage, and shit, if I'll flip the main breaker off out there by the Florida Light and Power stuff. They don't like you messing with that one, but you won't bet. I've done it before.
Wood spirits born, banish all the pain. Roach clips gleam, each one's a story. Copper wire twist, therapeutic glory. Minds at ease, wood.
I don't like electricity. Like I said, I've been shocked from a Lincoln welder. I've been shocked from a little bit of lightning through the telephone line. Been shocked through sticking stuff in an electrical socket like a dumb nut. And no, had my share of it. I grew up watching Louis the Lightning Bug for the power company, I guess, telling me to stay away from that mess. Telephone wires, no, I swung and played on those damn things, climb up in a tree and grab hold of those. Hey, good morning, John. But telephone wires, that's not bad. You can get shocked from that, but only like if you're playing with the bare wire, it's only when the phone call or when the phone rings that it pushes out the most power, and you get a shock that way. And we had an oak tree right by the house that we would climb up into by the side of the road, and we would scare people going by. The ones that would come by on a regular knew our dumb little kids was up there being dumb kids, but the telephone wire went through the branches of the tree, you know, grew through it all, so you could climb through the tree and hold on to the telephone wire for balance, you know, get around to the next side. You know, and of course the telephone wire insulated, it wasn't gonna shock you, you know, and it's thick so it would hold our goofy butts. But we would be in the tree waiting and see a car come, and then we would jump from the tree and grab the telephone line, and it looked like we were falling, and all of a sudden we'd just be hanging. They would hit the brakes, get out, go to cussing. We're gonna tell your mama. We'd jump down and go to running. We was hoodlums. Yeah, let's say Gen X is that F around and find out generation for sure. Them electric fences hurt. My grandma's the one they had. Didn't have a farm, but they had like a farm. It was up in Shamuckla, and a lot of property. And they had a horse, a pony, some goats, daggum turkey on the property. But the horse pasture and whatnot, it had the hot wire going around the top and the bottom. And one of them horses, like I said, he was stubborn. He didn't want you on him. He'd get you. It didn't matter how hard he was pulling on his reins, with that bridle in his mouth or not. He'd walk you right up against that fence. Pow! And it wasn't a continuous current. It would hit, recharge, hit, recharge, hit, recharge. You'd get hit 3 or 4 times before you could get off the damn horse just to get off the fence. He was a turd.
A cosmic throne. Dust therapy, pain be gone. Colors swirling, work till dawn. Stress dissolves, it don't belong. Dust therapy, just play along. Subscribe to the vibe, let the love inspire.
Memories, those are good old days. When you was a kid, didn't have to worry about nothing. I was a little turd back then. That was my papa had a quail farm on the property. That was pretty interesting. That was cool for a kid. I guess if he got grossed out or something, it wasn't cool, but it didn't bother me to that extent. I guess because I was growed up in it. It had his little barn deal full of the cages. It was wall-to-wall cages. You had enough room to walk between the rows of cages, and they were like head high, and the floors of the cages were all slanted and all full of quail. They'd lay their eggs, you know, the eggs would roll out to the edge of the cage. You walk through to collect all the quail eggs, and then they would grow, you know, feed them, grow, process them out, whole 9 yards. I mean, it was the whole deal right there. Had the incubator, incubating the babies, all that stuff, and then test the eggs, you know, the fertile eggs went to the incubator, ones that wasn't turned into like pickled quail eggs and stuff like that. So yeah, I grew up eating quail. That was pretty good. I didn't realize it was a delicacy or whatever. They try to put them off as a delicacy unless you hunt. You know, you go out there and hunt every year. That's probably going to be how most people have quail. But they're good. I like them. Right? Ooh, you take a bunch of quail eggs, make an omelet. That daggum little quail egg, them things. I think my thumb is bigger than a quail egg. Yeah, they're small. And we'd had daggum. That was one thing too. If they wasn't going in the pickle, if we got them before they went in the pickle jar, or say Papa had all of them full, he'd let us have them, and we'd have daggum egg fights with them. And that would hurt because them little things were thick shelled. I mean, you could take one and drop it from your hand to the ground, and most of the time it wouldn't crack. So, yeah.
Resin raining, color storms in the air.
Pretty much.
Treasures made with flair.
Yeah, they're small.
Each groove whispers tales untold. Epoxy shines pure
How's that carbon or something? On the bees? I bet it was the wood you was carving. I bet there was a sap or something in that wood, and the sweetness of that sap's what they were wanting. Yellow jackets get like that down here sometimes real bad. They get attracted to that. I cut some wood out there on the back porch not long ago, and they were cut some wood and then sprayed some clear coat, and the yellow jackets were everywhere. Yeah, I don't do bee stings or nothing like that. Yeah, quail's awesome. My favorite recipe for them was cooking them in a crock pot. You take, excuse me, I don't know if you've ever cooked the little mini sausages in the crock pot with the barbecue sauce and all that, but the recipe, the way we do it is, I don't know if it's a normal thing or not, but we take the barbecue sauce, put a bottle of the barbecue sauce, a jar of grape jelly, and put in there and mix that up, and then cook that like that in a slow cooker or a crock pot all day. Well, do the same thing with the quail. Put you a bunch of quail. I say a bunch. I did, I think, 3 last time, 2 or 3 last time I did it. But yeah, little smokies. That's it. But I did the quail like that. Well, that's my grandma, my mom. That's how they did it growing up. And then I got the recipe when I got older. But yeah, just barbecue sauce and grape jelly. Mix that up in the crock pot. Put the quail in there and slow cook them all day like that. They fall off the bone and are just so daggum good. Easiest way to prepare them. Same way with the little smokies, you whip them up just like that too. But the quail is just awesome like that because it's a darker meat and it's just, I can't describe it. But that or fried, you fry them out, they're real good. But I can't do the fried foods much no more.
As the vibe creeps, aliens chime in, antennas catch the wave, turn and subscribe. This the groove you crave.
Well, I mean, gravy in them. I mean, it's kind of the same to a degree, different texture. But and taste, I mean, it's I don't know, you have to try it one day. I don't think you'd be wasting it. I think you'd enjoy it. As I said, it just you pull it out the crock pot, put it over a little bit of rice or whatever you're gonna lay it over to eat, and it just, like I said, you don't have to fight to go through all the little bones and whatnot. It just rolls right apart.
Whittle down the stress, anxieties dissipate.
I don't know where to start with all this now, y'all. There's so much that I got to improvise through here now.
Workshop altar.
As we go with the main outline, finishing there.
Turning broken pieces into things we repair.
Yeah. venison. My mom and them, they would do venison and use a Coke. They'd put like a little shoulder roast or something in the crock pot and put a Coke in there. And then I can't remember what it was my mom always cooked, but she used the beer. She would pour a beer over top of it when she cooked it like that. And it was one of her crock pot recipes.
Constellations in the dust, hand steady, future forged in quiet trust. Blades slice the resin, galaxies align, each clip a little.
I got to be easy with the pulled pork and everything though. It's greasy. Pork, dark. That's with any of the dark meats too, like the quail. It's just when I do something like that, that's just one and done. Yes, I have to limit my intake on that. But ribs, you love me some ribs. I can't, too greasy.
In the wood, healing every vein. Workshop therapy, the grind finds its peace. Red eyes, coded, medicated, sweet release. Chronic fades, anxieties, drift to abyss.
I started going to the doctor to try to figure out what was wrong. One doctor, my old primary, says, "Oh, you just got a slow stomach." Tried to give me a pill for it. It didn't do nothing but make me feel like I had indigestion or something when I took it. And it didn't make anything process any better. And then, like I said, I went to another doctor and they started studying and doing little tests, but I never followed through with any of it. Gonna get you in trouble. I like all that good greasy food. That's where all the good flavor and stuff's at. Protein, all that mess. But my stomach just don't know more. Sucks. That's one thing I think if I could just eat without it messing with me, I think that might be, you know, they say everything happens for a reason, right? Okay, with my back issues and stuff, if I gain too much weight, that makes me hurt more because it's pressing down on my back. And so with the way I like food, and I do like to eat, so yeah, I think that's why I can't do greasy foods and stuff, so it limits me on what I eat. If not, I'd probably weigh 300 plus pounds.
Galaxies align, each clip a little portal bent space-time. Alien beams hit, tools start to glow. Grumpy vibing hard, feels the artisan flow. Therapy session in the sawdust hive. Workshops, church crafting keeps them alive. Medicinal haze, no pain stays the course. Roach clip crackles, fire fuels the source. Late spin stories, whispers through the
Hey, Elbow, good morning. How you doing?
Healing every vein. Workshop therapy, the grind finds its peace. Red eyes, coded, medicated, sweet release. Chronic fades, anxieties, drift to abyss. Join the tribe like the vids, can't resist. Can't resist, can't resist, can't resist, can't resist, can't resist, can't resist.
shop therapy, the grind
I wish
finds
that
its peace.
daggum rain would go
Red eyes,
away
coded
though. It
medicated,
has been
sweet
raining
release,
all week.
chronic fades, anxieties drift to abyss. Join the tribe like the vids can't resist.
I is driving my pup crazier than me though, because she loves to play, and I haven't been letting her play. She'll try to play in the rain, but she'd be a muddy mess. So I haven't been letting her get out there and get in it. Just out to use the bathroom and back in. Ooh, I guess you got some snow. Yeah, you got more snow last night. That's crazy. Like I said, we got it that once last year. It was for a few days. You know, it stuck around. That's what was cool about it. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good day. Be safe.
Grumpy's creations are worth more than gold. Shapes take form under steady hands, colors swirling like cosmic strands. Originals born from a mindful spree, every carving a tale of creativity. Like and subscribe to the
So when we got it, we just, like I said, we never had snow like that around here. And I got out there and was trying to keep the sidewalk, you know, our little sidewalk and steps shoveled off some. It iced up my wife, but she slipped on it, unfortunately. Bruised up bad. But it only lasted for a few days.
stress-free zones chasing off fears. Laid back and happy, that's how it's done. Grumpy's
See there, Robert, that's what you need to get your computer going so you can work through all the links and the ads and the lists and stuff like that for the YouTube side, and then work with Home Depot and see if they can't get you an affiliate link to put down on there on your YouTube stuff. That way people could do, you know, orders for Home Depot or something offline, and they go through your link, and then you get a little kickback off of it. Uh-oh. My battery on my earbuds is going to die on me here in a minute, y'all. So I'm probably going to shut this off for now. I'm going to go back through here and study this area right here, because there's fixing to be a bunch of little tight lines right through here. And I got to see how I want to go about doing it so I don't botch it up and figure out the eyes right there. But
Grumpy's hands, they shape the night. The epoxy flows, a neon flight. From roach clips to a lighter case, every piece a brand new space. Oh, Grumpy, carve it all, don't stop. Each creation makes the pain drop. Under UV, the colors ignite.
thank you everybody that's tuned in and hung out with me on the live this morning. I do greatly appreciate it. I might have an unboxing video, or I might go live later if my dust collector does make it. Guess I'll be hyper to play with that and set that thing up. Even if I don't do anything, I just want to power it up, see how loud it's going to be, and you know, see how big of a footprint it's going to take up and whatnot. But again, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope y'all all have an awesome morning. Stay laid back, be safe, and God bless everybody. Thank you. And thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. I really do.
Under UV, the colors ignite, glowing bold through every night.
Y'all have a safe day. Thank you.